Get OBS priority. Priority. Hey. Hello. Oh, you weren't. Never mind. We're good. Hmm. Thank you, Queen. Hello. How you doing, Queen?
Traveling. I don't.
It's another year. It's another year. This is actually the 4th anniversary of affiliate. Isn't that crazy? Happy, happy, happy. Oh my gosh, my back. It's the muscles, the back muscles need stretching, you know?
What's that look on your face? I thought I made good time on the way back.
Oh, Cloran.
Oh, I'm just admiring your punctuality. Had you arrived just a few minutes later,
Hello,
Century may have been forced
beautiful.
to shoot Mr. Linney again. How's the situation out there?
Yo, 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 how you doing?
The water has changed.
Chlorine.
It's pretty much as expected. The
Chlorine,
concentration of
chlorine,
primordial seawater has
chlorine.
increased significantly. I was only out there a short time, so it wasn't too bad. But if one were to stay for any significant amount of time, well...
Any significant amount of time, you will be getting...
Where was he when you found him?
What will you be getting? Sunday of work. Fudge. That is a problem.
The abandoned zone at the end of the pipes.
You're going at rave to your hometown. Saturday?
Closer than I thought. He must have recognized it early on and tried desperately to swim back.
Locking the door was necessary. I don't think we could have saved two.
Whole weekend.
Well, I did
Shit.
try to convince him that I had my reasons. Never seems to work, though.
It would probably work on Neuvillette. He has a knack for picking out who had good intentions, even when the outcomes were all terrible.
It's a bad sign if you're having to.
Why do they say Neuvillette so weirdly? Why don't they just commit to Neuvillette? They say Neuvillette. Neuvillette. Like they're doing something weird with their tongues. Paimon does the same thing.
Not particularly. If you want to drink some that badly, just say so.
Damn.
I'd like to get some tea. Want me to get you a cup too, since I've already made it?
Might as well then, I suppose. Actually, do you have a towel? I would like to dry my hair.
What? What? Sea dream. Never mind. She's examining by feeling his aura.
How is he?
These
Isn't that
symptoms
nice?
are probably caused by an acute ingestion of a large amount of primordial seawater. Still, his condition is not critical. Of course, it would be best if he stayed for further observation. Let's leave him here for now and move him to
Water from the
infirmary once he's
primordial
recovered a bit
sea, more like opium.
Sorry. I am aware that the infirmary may not be your favorite place in the world at the moment. We do only have a single clinic in the fortress, however.
A large amount of primordial seawater after leaving the fortress. How could that possibly happen?
Please, look after Mr. Fremine for the moment. I'll go fetch some medicine and a respirator. Oh, I'll bring Miss Lynette back with me.
Where is she? How is she right now?
Oh, she just took a nap in an empty room after I tranquilized her. If my calculations are correct, she should
Just took a
also be
nap
waking
after
up
I
right around now.
tranquilized her with
You
our
might
Watson
not believe me,
concoction.
but His Grace and I actually made some
Imagine
snacks and tea
that.
for her.
Imagine that. Imagine that.
Linny, are you okay?
I'll be fine. They're all here now. Don't worry about me.
Are you sure? You don't look all right.
My hands and feet are still a bit weak, but that's probably just the residual effects of the tranquilizer shot.
I'm back, everyone.
Lenny! Oh, Traveler, Paimon, you're here too. Fremine,
Kai.
is he...
He'll be fine. But for now, please help me lift him up.
Help the Fremine. And how am I? I am doing okay. I am doing okay. I'm doing alright.
His breathing's beginning to slow down.
Give me a hand.
Brang,
Please,
brang,
please,
brang,
somebody.
brang. Brang, 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 brang.
Yeah,
I don't know
I'll
about
take him from
Alex
this
though. I
side.
think that man is
Lynette,
gonna die.
together?
If he's
On
not
it.
dead already.
Traveler, you seem pretty worried about him. Want
What
to
he
go with
did
us?
yesterday? Oh boy. I'm his lawyer.
The Duke and Clarande are gone. They probably went to get some tea.
I don't think a lawyer is gonna
The
be
Duke
enough
will
to help
explain
you.
the truth in just a bit. Miss Clarande will need a break, since she only just returned from rescuing Fremine out of the sea.
We legal Alex team, me, are gonna talk ways with evil company, my sister. I don't know how that talk is gonna work. Let me get my ration for the day here. Things happen. Don't take it personally. Nice fortune slip. Things happen. AI generated imaginary. And kisses were not romantic. Well, I don't know. Also, what the fudge is this? Nom nom. Oh boy, Penguin lost his. I'm watching because I keep an eye on chat in case there's horrendousness, and I just saw Penguin lose 800,000 send. Good job. How do I use this though? Why is no? Oh, right. No, never mind. What? Was? I don't get it. There should be a machine that would let me move that thing from to this thing. But I don't see it. So... yeah. Let's go up, it seems. This prison is a mess. They put you to make robots. Hey yo, he woke up.
He's awake. Fremine, how do you feel?
You're finally awake.
Lenny. Lynette.
We're all here.
Middle brother energy. Their name, the older one is named Linny. The younger one is named Lynette.
The Fortress of Mirapede, Mr. Fremine, and you are no
And then
longer
Fremine is the
in
middle bro.
danger. How do you feel?
Or something like
Don't
that.
push yourself if you're not feeling up to it.
Traveler. Paimon. It's been so long. The sea. There's something wrong with the seawater.
Shh, it's okay. We can talk about it after you've recovered.
No, listen to me. This is really serious. There's primordial seawater mixed into the regular seawater. I don't know why it's there, but no one should touch it. Pipes. Right, the pipes. It's all coming back to me now. I'm in.
Well, we're gonna play like Fremine now? What is this? The luck on that guy, I know, right?
Where could Master Child be?
To be honest, yesterday I won like 5 times or 6 times in our row. Even though I wasn't gamble everything. Because I was too scared.
This mechanism looks like it's been tampered with. Could he...
Hi, honey. I love you.
Hello? I see we're attacking each other's chats, huh? But I'm dumbass. 8 times in a row, but I'm dumbass. Happy villain anniversary, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, if you got 10, you would win the challenge that Annie has on her chat. So you got to 8, that's impressive. Oh god, did they play the clip of me singing? That is... I realized that, I mentioned this before. But, the thing of me singing, it was out of timing and nobody told me. Nobody told me that the thing was unsynced. And then whenever I watched the VOD, I was like, I'm not synced. No. Because to me it sound when I did the karaoke stream, It wasn't synced. Like for me, it was synced, but not for the VOD or for the stream. It wasn't synced because I'm using stream still series. So the sonar thing, because it's a digital plugin, I was getting, so to me it sounded like it was timed, but for people it doesn't sound timed because there's a delay going in and a delay going out. So I was hearing the song with the delay going in, but people were hearing me sing behind the song, I think, because there was a delay going out. So yeah.
This is where the water starts.
Either that or I had a delay on the audio setup, but I probably think it's
Master
still
Child
serious.
probably dived into the water. I'll go take a look as well.
Because it's the same thing that happens with Oshu. If I use Steel Series to play Oshu, I get audio delay.
The vegetation here is a bit more sparse. These traces aren't natural. A person must have left them, and recently. There are
Ooh.
traces here too. I need to keep going. Huh? The traces are gone.
Huh?
But I don't see where he could have gone from here. Wait.
Curiosity.
What the?
Curiosity killed the cat, Fremine. That's what happens to you. My heart is racing.
My heart is racing, and it's getting harder and harder to breathe. What's going on?
Breathing underwater.
No good. I have to get back. They still don't know anything about what's going on. If I turn back right now, I should still be able to make it.
But if we don't?
I can't die here. This is bad. I'm feeling worse and worse, and I'm still underwater. I have to push on.
This is so contradicting. Because he's saying like, I can't breathe. But you're underwater, so you're not gonna breathe anyway. And now you're saying, I'm still underwater. So which one is it? I don't get it. I'm confused.
So, in other words, the trail you were following vanished, and you had no idea where Master Child could have gone. But there was also no obvious place for him to have disappeared to.
That's right. I tried my best to swim back, but I had already put some distance between myself and the fortress, and I just couldn't find the strength to keep going. I probably passed out some time after that, and you know the rest.
Miss Clarande brought you back, but we also don't know why she just suddenly appeared at the fortress, or why she went out to save you.
Miss Clarande, you say? I must go thank her in
Clarande, you say?
You're still too weak, Fremine. You can go after you've had some more rest.
Miss Lynette is right. I believe Miss Clarande will stay here as a guest for another few days, so there's no need to hurry.
A guest? Then I can assume Risley was the one who invited her to come down here?
You should ask His Grace about that. He'll be able to explain better than me.
What the fudge? Sorry, I was distracted because there's a guy doing some stupid thing.
Wanna come with us, Libby?
Oh my god, you're so dumb.
No, please go on without me. I don't want to leave just yet.
Shiro! Hello, it's been a
The logical
while.
part of my brain is aware that we're safe right now, but I still can't bring myself to leave.
The
Both
Shiro,
of you are
hello,
just in
hello, hello,
danger.
hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello.
Understood.
It's been too
Then
long. How
let's
are
just
you,
sit together
friend?
for a while.
I'm doing
In that case,
okay.
I'll leave the infirmary to
Wow.
you. The traveler and I are going to head out for now. As long as you stay
This
here,
man
I
tried
won't
not
be
making
feel
this noise
concerned.
yesterday.
Thank you.
Le déluge. Le déluge. I don't even know what that means. Any French? Sure, do you know what that means? Deluge. Le déluge. Or I don't even know if I'm saying that right. Heavy rain? Ooh. You came in just in the right time to translate French. Ruby! In Portuguese, I think. Let me see. Yeah, I'm doing alright. Oh, I was right! In Portuguese is diluvio. Diluvio. Which means in English, flood. When you said heavy rain, I was like, wait, maybe it's diluvio? Flood?
Excuse me.
Excuse me! If Shiro
I
was
take
a
it Mr.
Genshin
Kremene's
character,
condition
Shiro
has
would be
stabilized?
Sijuin.
Of course. I wouldn't have left the infirmary otherwise.
I've been expecting those two, but might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Miss Siegwien?
News. I'm on my second internship. That is my last year of university. Tuesday, I had my first patient in a clinic setting. Clinical setting, which is something you can't do outside of Brazil, I guess. But in here you can. Because here the course is longer, so even though we don't have a master's or a doctor's degree, we can still do clinical psychology. Well, that's really cool. But then if I go elsewhere, I have to do a master's. I don't know, countries are different. But yeah, I'm doing that right now. Not paid anything, of course, because why would I pay anything? But at least the place is really nice. The people there are actually very smart and they help you learn a bunch of things. So yeah, no pay. You need second degree in Europe. I mean, yeah, like in a way I understand why, but I also don't understand why. Because from my understanding, here is a more generalist course. So we learn a bit from everything, including stuff that I wish I had not learned about psychoanalysis. I hate psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis in here is considered a separate thing than psychology, but I don't know why they included it within the course. And you can't really choose that. Because if we could choose our theory, our alignment early in the course, and we already have 5 years, of course, that would be enough for a clinical setting, I think. The first one is 3 years and an additional 2 years for second degree. So that's 5 years too. Do you see what I mean? So in 5 years, you do the same. Here's 5 years, but you're considered only an undergrad or like only completed your first degree. If you want to complete a second degree, that would be 7 years. Alignment chart. I mean, it's kind of like an alignment chart, You choose the alignment that you're gonna go for. Usually it's between psychoanalysis and behavior. Some people go for humanistic stuff. Some go for family, which is systems. Because we understand family is system. But that's about it. But you can do all that from the start here if you want. You can. It's probably not recommended, but you can. Like, we can go for clinical settings. Although, if you have a second degree, it's going to be better. So, that's what sucks. I do have plans to dip out of this place. So imagine I'll have to go to a different country. I'm going to have to study more and then do another 2 years. So it's probably going to be like maybe 3 years more of studies. That's if I do everything like tit for tat. So plus the time that I need to find a way to even go to where I need to go. It's going to be like another year. So I don't even know, man. I don't even know. Come to Canada, we have snow. Yeah, that would be interesting. That'd be interesting to do. I always had a dream to go there, actually. But I just never could. Either because I'm stupid, or because I literally can't. Which is the case now. I literally can't. And then for psychology in Canada, it's the same thing. I'll have to go. And then it's not clear if I'm gonna have to study more, but probably will. Before I can even apply to a master's. Like, if I could just bring my graduation to Canada, my psychology thing to Canada, then that would be enough to at least find some job, even if it's not in clinical setting. And there is quite many positions in Canada, actually. You guys have 5%. No. Not even 5%. Wait, let me calculate this correctly. Wait a minute. Something like that, yeah. We have 500,000 plus psychologists in Brazil, registered, active. In Canada, there's like 18,000. Last I checked.
I wanted to check up on Miss Cloran. How are you feeling?
Oh, look at Chiro, so cute. Energizing like this, Chiro.
Mostly fine, I think.
Like, proportionally, you guys have I think less than half the amount of psychologists we have here. And that is just people, of course, that finished the course and stuff. Doesn't mean all of these people are active. Especially not in clinic. So, yeah.
If you don't mind, I'd like to perform another quick physical exam. It'll just take a few minutes.
All right.
All
Thank you for looking
right.
out for me. I'll take my leave for now then.
I'll take my leave for now then. And how is stuff going for you? Because I haven't checked up on you. Apparently you have a kid living around there or something. You don't have a kid?
Playing yourself wisely?
No. Is that what people were saying nowadays? No, like there was a kid living there or something, or it was your neighbor or something. I don't remember. That's what I heard last time. Whenever we were gonna play Lethal, I think is when I heard that.
Of course, but I'm not partial to the word choice of explain. How about enlighten? Where should I begin? How about you start by asking me any questions you have? You can start with whichever one you'd like to get answered the most.
Yeah, there was a newborn in the other unit for like a week, but now they're gone. They're gone? They died?
Then
Oh my god.
will begin. Did you know about Lenny's goals from the very beginning?
Oh my god.
No. I just knew they were Fatui operatives sent to the fortress.
Working
by
theories
their
that the
names.
landlord let the
As for
family
their
stay
specific
there
goals,
while they visited
I
or
only
something.
figured those out as you made progress on your investigation.
Damn. The baby privileges, man. Nobody can make noise after 10, except if they're babies. What if I want to be a baby?
You managed to monitor and stay ahead of them even though you didn't know what they were trying to do?
They came here with ulterior
Worried
motives.
Paimon.
I'm quite adept at discerning what that kind of behavior signals.
It was so bad, so many sleepless nights.
Initially, I thought their goal was
I can't
to
imagine
investigate
because
Child's disappearance.
I sleep like a rock. I don't know if the app was trolling me, but I downloaded an app the other day, and apparently it was to measure how your sleep, and it records like your sleep noises. I found out I snore quite a lot. That wasn't nice. It's not loud, but it's there. It exists. Because I used to think that I only snored when I was really, really tired and my head was not in a good position, but no, I actually snore. Why? And then apparently I fall asleep. Like once I decide to sleep, once I'm like, okay, I'm gonna sleep, it takes me 6 minutes to be gone. Only 6 minutes. It's like I lay my head and I'm like, okay, bye. The average apparently is 12 minutes. The average is about 12 minutes.
Linny suggested that I had
In my
deliberately
case, I
let
was
him
going in
escape,
sick.
but in
It's
truth,
crazy.
I didn't really do anything special to help or hinder him while he was here. Everything he did, from finding helpers to leaving this place,
Professional
he did on his
snoozer,
own.
yeah. And then when
Of
I'm
course,
gone,
it's inevitable that the
it's
Nate
really
would
hard
make
to
a
wake up.
big deal out of her fellow Harbinger's unexplained disappearance. I'm also quite curious about where that Harbinger went. So I figured I might as well
Full-time
let the
Eeper.
family do their own investigative work. All I care about is
Not
Linny's.
really. Because I don't necessarily need to sleep a lot. As
You
long
make
as I
it
do
sound
more
like
than
that's a bad
4
thing.
hours, I'm good.
Unfortunately,
Kind of.
things didn't go as planned.
Kind of.
I assume that Fremine has told you already, the ratio of primordial seawater around the fortress of Meripede is on the rise.
Like today, for example, I went to sleep probably 5:30, 5:30, and I woke up at 8. I'm fine. I'm fine.
The Forbidden Zone has always been Linny's target, and you got roped into that investigation after running into him. I began to intervene out of concern for your safety.
But I do
and
sleep
also
really
to
fast.
prevent the fortress from becoming entangled in more irksome matters.
Like for Honey is, so it's 4 hours difference, right? Sometimes I'm talking to her because I usually sleep later anyway. So I'm like, oh, let's just talk. And then I'll be talking and then I'm sleeping. I'm gone. I'm just gone.
Why would you put it like that? Isn't staying here all day and serving as the manager of the fortress a kind of sentence unto itself? Another form of prison? I just happen to have some support from the rest of the inmates. That's all.
I just eat really nice.
Oh, right. Paimon wanted to ask, who invited Cloran down here?
Me?
Maybe the secret is that I'm always
I paid Mr.
tired.
Mora to come down to the fortress for some
And then I
field
just sleep really easily. I'm always tired.
As a champion duelist, Miss Cloran could be considered to be an independent party. I needed to find an exceptionally capable person
Funny
to help
thing
me
I
get through the
never told
impending
you.
crisis.
What was it?
And saving Fremine was part of that crisis?
You can think of it like that, yes. Credit where credit is due, that boy is quite adept at diving. Had conditions not been as hostile as they were, he probably would have found the missing Harbinger already.
I can find the Harbinger.
That's not something you should be asking after. Neuvillette only asked you to investigate Child's whereabouts.
Biting of Isaac music to sleep. You get Eeping in instance? Oh no.
Is that the Forbidden Zone had
I
nothing to
always
do with
wonder
the
if
Harbinger's
voice actors do
disappearance.
the NPC voice
That
are
should be
alive too.
clear now that you've spoken to Fremine.
I don't think so. There is some people who post on Instagram like, I'm a voice actor. And then they go like, "Blah, blah, 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 blah. I'm a voice actor and blah, 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 blah." Just shut. Hey yo, it's been a while. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Feliz Dia de aniversário, afiliado. Hey, thank you. Baloo, baloo. Oh my god. Following since 6/9/2023. Good job. Good job. Good job. Nice. Yeah. My gosh. What are my words for 4 years of being an affiliate? Don't stop streaming if you like doing it. I did and I regret it. I always wondered what it would be like if I was actually streaming ever since 2017. If things would be different. To be honest, in 2017 I was quite a shy one. That was when I was playing Blade and Soul.
We've already uncovered that there's something
And I would just put the game and I wouldn't even
answered
talk.
a bunch of questions that you threw at us. Isn't it about time that you answer our last question in return?
You make a compelling case.
And then 2020 I was like, I'm gonna
You
stream.
really want to know the answer?
I'm gonna stream. I'm gonna do this. Rah!
Yeah, Paimon really wants to know.
And then I stopped again.
Even if the
I
truth
got
may not
affiliate
be
and then I
pleasant.
stopped.
Follow me.
To be honest, my head was not in the right place. I'm gonna tell you that. I can't really enter into many details. But trust me when I say I was quite lost in the head during that period. Yeah. No, but like it was not even, the thing is, it was not even because of the pandemic. Cause I was already like that before the pandemic. So much so that I even was doing streaming and I was all like energetic and stuff for Ocean. I don't think I'm bipolar. I mean, I don't have any, and I don't have really anything that would say I'm bipolar, but I'm pretty sure I got into some depression stuff. At least that runs in the family, and I was, if not depressed, I was just very lost and sad for sure.
You're pretty good at hiding stuff, Risley.
Which would make sense for what was going on.
It seems you've forgotten just what kind of place.
So I wouldn't say for sure that it was depression, because it could just be
Stand on the central plate.
lack of direction, who knows.
Wait, is there a secret mechanism or... Whoa!
But yeah, some of the things that I can say that happened was the pandemic came in and I barely felt it. To me, it was just another
Honestly, for a place so well
thing
hidden,
that I was used to, because I was just used to being at home anyway. I was like, okay, well. So I just pretty much distracted myself at one point watching the politic shit going on about vaccines and stuff. But just for entertainment, honestly. Like, oh my god, they're so dumb, look at this.
Gates in total. Generally speaking, I'm the only one who's allowed to go inside. Hence the name Forbidden Zone.
Yeah, in 2019 I was working up until, was it August?
Am I correct to assume you're going to run
That's
on
when
back
I
and tell your
joined
little
for
fooey
engineering,
friends
and
everything?
then 2020 I switched. After the pandemic started, I switched. I stopped for like 2 months, from the end of August, I think, and then November I was working again. And then I went up until July, but I had to leave because I switched my course. So I couldn't stay in the internship that I was.
Well, Paimon wasn't thinking of keeping anything from them.
At that time, the job that I was in, I used to get
the
the PC that I have now, basically.
place for yourself before deciding whether or not to tell them.
Because my idea was indeed to stream throughout university. So I would be streaming for 4 years if I didn't stop. Yeah, man. But I was also doing that in Portuguese, so there's also that. I was not doing
So this is
English.
femicide.
Stand back.
But I came back, yes, I came back in 2023.
Whoa, they all just
In
went out
English. I came back
Go
in
on,
English,
have a
yeah.
look.
So pretty much I have about 500 something people following. Half of that is like people from Brazil, basically.
I've been interested in what lies beyond that gate ever since I assumed leadership of the Fortress of Meripede. Of course, it would be unwise to recklessly open it, but it'd
Unwise.
also be risky and negligent to simply ignore any potential danger that could be behind it. The readings on that dashboard have not budged.
You gotta
since
vanish,
the day when I
sadly.
first laid eyes on this
Okay.
place.
It was nice seeing you,
Over
though.
the past year, the needle has
Hopefully
crept
we can do
upwards from
something
its
again
original
soon.
position, likely because some parameter it's been tracking.
Always
has
a pleasure
changed,
to
if
see you. Always a
only
pleasure
into
to
the
see
best.
you. No, you. You're the star over here. Yeah. My hero.
Normally, I would have ignored it. But I
No,
happen to
you.
have some
No,
free time
you.
when I noticed
No,
it, so I
you.
investigated.
It's you.
Any guesses what the reading could be tracking?
Water
Very reasonable
pressure.
guesses. I've considered both of those as well. Unfortunately, our dashboard is tracking something less ordinary.
Every time I hear the word dashboard, Every time I hear the word dashboard, I remember of Watson, Amelia Watson, in one of her first streams in Hololive, where she was going like, dashboard? It's more like dash porn. I mean dashboard. Why?
The temperature should vary with weather and climate changes, so for something that rarely shifts, the
Why do
water
people?
pressure is more likely. We ran later on, a few more possibilities occurred to me, such as a potential connection with the primordial sea. I began to make a few preparations based on that hypothesis. Over the past few days, the needle has moved again.
The needle.
That and the symptoms that ch4act4 displayed after leaving the fortress, I can now confidently conclude that the readings represent the concentration of primordial seawater in the seawater nearby.
Man, voice actors are interesting. Because they go like, over the past few days. Whoa.
The concentration of primordial.
I wonder if I made a voice.
But we're already
I chose to make a voice for the character. And I was like, acting like the character the entire time. I don't know if I could stick to just one.
And that is precisely the problem.
I'm too crazy.
We're at the bottom of the sea, and now we're surrounded by toxic seawater. Somehow, primordial seawater got mixed in, and the concentration is steadily rising. Yes, that's very likely.
But forget about the two of us. Not even Novelette knows where the primordial sea could be, much less where we could find and plug a leak.
Plug a leak.
Oh.
Oh.
Seems like you've figured it out.
Yeah. You have to plug the
I believe
leak.
The primordial sea lies directly beneath this sluice gate. For some reason, the primordial seawater levels have risen significantly, and it's now very close to us. The indicators are now red. Although the gate still stands, some primordial seawater has already leaked out and mixed into the sea around us.
Oh no, Penguin lost everything. What? Man was to 2 million. What happened? Oh my god. I think he did. Oh my gosh.
If this continues, soon it will no longer be able to hold back the primordial sea at all. Yeah, you know what the legends say. If this place falls, then everyone in Fontaine will be turned. Your expression tells me you think this might be part of a vast, complicated conspiracy. To be honest, you might find the actual answer may be exceedingly boring. It's just that the secret of the Forbidden Zone had been long forgotten by the nation before I rediscovered it with my research. There's no single founder of the Fortress of Meripede in any traditional sense. What we know about its history has been left to us by the people who used to live here.
You also have 0?
When the previous Hydro Archon Egeria ruled the land, all convicted criminals from Fontaine were exiled. The people drove the criminals away like a wolf pack chasing away the banished.
Who is Egeria?
The criminals received no sympathy of any kind from the people. They were exiled to the desolate seaside, where they experienced only pain, struggle, and the bone-chilling cold.
Damn.
Some of them began to repent and prayed to the Hydro Archon, asking if there was still anything they could do. The Hydro Archon took pity on them and said, "You may go guard my secret, deep underneath the waves." And so, leaning on the power of the Hydro Archon, they gathered underneath the sea and began to build a fortress. They became a community down there in the deeps, and over the years helped it to grow. As the number of exiles increased, more and more people joined the community. When the first group of exiles died, they left the yet unfinished fortress to their successors. The Hydro Archon continued to lend her support, allowing the fortress and what it stood for to continue growing ever larger. Before long, this dark underwater fortress became the sinner's only home. And with that, the people here stopped referring to the fortress as a prison. They saw themselves as repenting sinners who would regain their freedom once they had sufficiently redeemed themselves.
I'm so glad that Steel Series thingy is a thing because there's so many dogs barking right now and you guys don't hear a thing. It's so nice.
But as time went on, people also realized that the fortress was a lonely place.
Hey.
Once they had gotten used to life here, they could no longer feel comfortable living in the overworld. Once they had finished serving their sentences, some people left and some others chose to stay. They'd find some idle position and let their withered souls fade away with the ancient secrets of the past.
Said what?
After many, many centuries, few people still remember
You
the
might go
reason for
what
the
in minute?
fortress's founding.
Oh.
Now they just see it as an integral pillar of Fontanian society, as the place where criminals deserve to be sent.
Ooh.
Now and again, researchers manage to break one law or another and live out their days in the fortress.
Would be
I learned
commitment
all
to this
from
path?
an elderly historian. Everyone else just thought he'd made it all up.
The officer you're under. What about the officer? Told him I'm not stupid and can send me to the officer's school. Oh. And if you're an officer, what does that change for you? Because I'm not very well versed on positions. What does that mean for you in terms of combat? Oh, full-time, not drafted. Ooh. That is that is not an easy choice.
But now you know every part of that history is true.
Indeed.
No, I know it's above, but
It's
like,
just as
what does it
prophecy
mean in
says.
your
If this scheme
activities?
fails, then everyone will be dissolved into the sea. To be frank, not really. But sadly, that hasn't stopped this prophecy from proving all too accurate. Prophecies are troublesome things.
Because
Just
there's
hearing
also
one will create
that,
the
right?
first wave of panic. Seeing
If it
signs of it will bring
means
about the second, and actually witnessing it in real time, the third.
you'll be having some people under you, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna be going on less risk, right? It just means you're gonna be controlling people, necessarily, something like that.
Let's go somewhere else. This is it.
There you go. So,
Your Grace, perfect timing. The results from our last round of experiments have...
Wait, Jurier, he's not alone. Huh? Lorvine and Jurier?
No need to panic, you two. I've already told them about our plan.
What? After you warned us not to tell a single soul about any of this?
I'm skeptical as well. Are you sure they are trustworthy?
The results speak for themselves, don't they? These two may already know more than you could ever imagine.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if it's not gonna be for your safety, then there's... I don't know if there's a lot of purpose in it.
All right then, if your grace insists.
They seem harmless enough, so I'll trust them for now.
How about some reintroductions? This is Jurier, one of the highest-ranked researchers from the Fontaine Research Institute. He used to work under...
Researcher!
I trust that you've heard of Edwin? Good. Saves me a bit of time explaining. Edwin's main areas of research were archaeum and gravimeters. As his assistant, Jurier is quite familiar with them as well. I hired him to be my technical consultant.
This guy sounds like a soldier in games.
You want to blow up the fortress of Meripede?
Hey yo, let's blow it up.
What a lovely idea. I'm already imagining it in my head.
Gotta admit, I'm tempted as well.
Guys, focus! Focus!
Focus.
That taskmaster over there is...
There's no war for now, but tension rises. Yeah, I saw the GDP for military is increasing again. Ooh.
Ooh, are they together?
See, everyone keeps asking this question. Are you too sure you're not a couple and just using your work as a convenient cover?
Your Grace, I am not in a relationship with this man.
If I dated her, I'd officially...
I
be
did
mad
not
at
have
Edwin.
sexual relations with that woman. That's what it sounded like.
Your Grace, I am not in a relationship with this man.
I did not have secret sexual relations with that
Jeez,
woman.
Forget I said anything then. Follow me.
Whoa, there's another door that goes right up.
Germany and UK doing the same. Ooh,
Your constant amazement makes it seem like the fortress could
that's
do anything.
not good.
But Paimon really thinks everything's super cool.
Well, let's spice it up a bit. And here you go.
What?
What a huge ship! This is also a production zone that Paimon's never seen before. What's going on?
Year
How
of
much do
experience.
you know about Fontanian history?
And as for us, Brazil getting into a very small list of Russia, China, North Korea. I forgot one. Myanmar. And Iran that have X blocked.
Not much at all.
Quite the list. To be fair, Brazil is partner with Iran, Russia, and China.
Well, then maybe you have
So
heard the
I'm not
story
that
of ancient
surprised.
Lemuria. To give you a quick run, according to legend, the Lemurian king Remus came to this land after being inspired by divine revelation and found the seer Sibila, who had taken on the form of a golden bee. Taking the golden bee with him and riding on a huge ship, the Fortuna, he created his nation above the surging waves.
It's bricks.
He called his nation Lemuria and used the Fortuna to incessantly search for new tribes and islands, calling on them to join his empire.
Originally, it was Russia, China, Iran, and South Africa. It was originally those 5, and then now it includes, or not Iran, India, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and then now it includes Iran. It includes, I think they're trying to include Venezuela in it. At least they were invited this year for a meeting there. After whatever happened.
There's a ship in this story too?
Where there's water, there'll be ships. People believe that hope can always be found at the end of a voyage.
And guess who got us in this BRICS group? The current president. But 2 decades ago.
Do you believe that too?
That's the same guy.
To a point, I think. As you've already seen, I have a whole factory's worth of labor, materials, and technology at my disposal. Certainly can't hurt to give it a try. So the moment I began to speculate that the primordial sea might lie underneath the gate, I also began this project.
Were you inspired by the legendary Fortuna?
Yeah, like, I don't know if Brazil would get attacked. At least in history, we haven't been attacked in the previous 2 world wars. But the thing is, we're probably gonna suffer a lot because they're gonna block exports, and Brazil only survives with exports and imports of fertilizers and shit that comes from Russia. We also import gasoline or refined oil. We import refined oil a lot. Even though we produce it, it's kind of hilarious to me. Like, we can only refine after a certain point. We cannot refine crude oil. It's kind of like... Yeah. Like, Petrobras, the company that is supposed to be state-owned. I mean, it is state-owned. It's so big, it should be doing both things, but it never does both things. And, like, we have so much oil that we should have our own crude oil refinery, but we don't. Like, for small countries, I get why they don't, because it would take so much of their land and shit like that. But I don't know. We could be rich.
Maybe. Fontanians need something to hold on to cope with the impending disaster. Were the workers to find out the truth behind this ship, riots would destroy the fortress faster than any catastrophe. As the fortress's administrator, I'd never make such a reckless call. All right, I'll need another 3 cups of tea to soothe my throat. Do you have any other questions? Seems like you're good. Come on, I'll take you back.
They didn't even let me click anything, but okay.
I'll leave you here for now.
Oh.
Oh!
Birthday!
Thank you so
A
much.
streamer birthday. Streaming birthday. Hello, Anna.
No worries. But don't forget, it's up to you whether or not you want to share what you just saw. What you do from here on out will likely affect those 3 as well.
Cat kiss, the cat kiss.
Yeah, we'll put a lot of thought into it for sure.
Great. I look forward to what happens next.
Damn. I don't know why his voice gets in my head and the way he talks makes me want to talk like him. I don't know if you guys have this, but I noticed that even when I'm talking Portuguese with like Honey and Mama, because sometimes she's around and then I'm like trying to talk in Portuguese, even though I should talk in Portuguese normally, somehow I'm trying to match the way they say things because they're from Portugal, so it's different. I'm trying to match the accent, and I do the same thing in English. It's automatic. It's automatic. It's weird. It's like I don't know how to speak Brazilian Portuguese. or that me speaking Brazilian Portuguese is not gonna help them understand me, so I have to change it so they understand. So when I see characters in games, because the way I learned was by watching series and stuff, and I was trying to copy them. So now when I have this in games and they have a distinctive thing about their accent, I'm trying to copy them. So I'm hearing this Riley guy just blabber all this much, and I'm trying to imitate him in my mind. It's kind of weird. Hard to get over Slavic accent. Yeah. Yeah, but you have it's a nice accent. Do I do? Yeah, no, but it's more like about also because maybe you don't have enough context to practice with, like actual speech. Because I still make mistakes all the time, but it's much more grammatical. See, there you go. Not much more about grammar than it is about speech itself.
Welcome back. Do you?
How can you be so much like Risley, always drinking tea?
It was the same thing with the guy from the beginnings, the beginning story in Mondstadt. My name is Stanley, and I'm from Med. It was just so silly. Oh, traveler. Back when I was in the Mare Javari.
Huh. Actually, now that you mention it,
I sound so
just
polite in
remembered
English.
something now.
Probably because I am being polite in English. I don't know.
While I was sedated, I could still barely hear two people talking next to me. They were discussing everything from
You
the
speak
leaves
softly.
to the water, and even
Oh.
the teacups themselves.
Must have been Risley and Seishween.
Maybe that's a thing that comes with the accent. Apple ASMR voice. What? That couldn't be me. Whenever I think of ASMR voice, I think of Kazuha. Actually.
Yeah.
I think I'm playing this game too
one
much.
Male voice
Help
and
me.
one female, so it should have been the two of them.
I really can't make sense of this place.
So, Traveler, Paimon, were you able to learn anything from Risley?
Yeah, he explained.
Don't they all talk like with a bit of ASMR voice except Paimon? Now that I think about it.
Very well. Then, would you mind checking your answers against my speculations?
At least most of them do.
Yeah, I took
I
the
think
time
3
to
persons
rest,
per some.
so I'm feeling a lot more relaxed now.
Ito though. Yeah, some people do different. I mean, Risley himself goes like, "Hey, traveler, you're gonna go this way."
Nobody else is around, and Miss Sejuin is also busy with something or other.
All right, then I'll pause it.
Or
and
Farina. Oh my
I
god,
asked
Farina.
myself 3 questions.
I actually like how she talks, to be honest. I don't know what it is about.
Firstly, why was Fremine affected by the
I think
primordial
maybe it's just
seawater?
her
It was
timbre
because it
is
dove
nice.
into the sea.
Ooh,
Her voice tone
he got that
is
right on
nice.
the first try.
That's our Lenny.
Secondly, Risley's attitude changed dramatically during the course of our stay here. He ignored us completely at first, then suddenly roadblocked us. Why? I spent quite a long time thinking about this. If he has been monitoring the Fatui since the very beginning, he probably ignored us at first because he was hoping we could find Master Child for him.
Yeah, but it could be a Brazilian thing. Because there's no way we can remove everything from the accent, right? Some people get really, really close.
What's more, the fortress of Meripede
But
is
they
not
still
part of
have
Fontaine's court
some
system, nor does
characteristic.
it report to Udex Nervulet.
So
Risley
maybe
is
that's one of
basically
them.
the king of a no man's land. As long as the fortress doesn't do anything about Master Child's disappearance, Father can use it to pressure the Fontaine authorities. And while the two factions are pitted against each other, Risley will be free to move between the parties of interest.
I don't think I ever tried to remove my accent entirely. Yeah. Like, I learned from copying, so that's probably why I sound similar. But I kind of like having fun sometimes. You probably noticed many times.
If I had to
I like to have
guess,
fun with the
he
way I talk.
probably has something that he's working
Because I
on
do that in
himself.
Portuguese too, so
It's
why
likely
wouldn't I do that in
related to the
English?
secret of
Like,
the
it makes no
infirmary,
sense.
but I just can't think of what it could be.
Like going blah, 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 blah.
You're super smart.
They don't have an accent. That's such a lie. Everyone has an accent.
Thanks so much. Then finally, there's the last question.
I mean, yeah, you're just copying people at the end of the day. You just copy
If
how people
Risley
talk.
does have a plan, what could it be? All I know for now is that his plan probably has something to do with the changing nature of the seawater. He's even gotten Cloran to help him out. That can't be the full extent of what he's doing. There's probably a secret passageway behind the block in the infirmary, and there's something big in the fortress that most people here never get to see. He has a bargaining chip, and it could be important enough for Father to deal with him directly.
Like, the only thing that makes it noticeable but it's about speech and grammar. It's like when you're learning English. I remember I would say this word as bargaining, right? So it's usually that's the kind of stuff that happens because of how Portuguese works. We would go like, he has a bargaining chip, right? You would want to say that.
I don't have enough information.
So once
I
you
have no
hear it
idea
enough,
what his
you
chip might be.
don't do the mistakes anymore.
But
Those
let
mistakes
me
anymore.
guess. You have the last piece of the puzzle.
Oh yeah, no, in Brazil, like, oh my god, like if I go from my town and I'm at the border almost of the capital in my state. If you go from where I am to there, it's an entirely different accent, and even speech patterns change a lot. The city that we neighbor with, which is another city that we're at the border almost, they also have a different accent. It's very interesting. Like, the cities have different accents here, and depending on, for example, even within my neighborhood, it changes quite a lot because you have people that come from different backgrounds.
I can't believe it.
We all understand each other, and we don't necessarily copy each other, but it's there.
Will engulf everyone, just like the prophecy said.
Yeah, like, I can tell you like 4 or 5 different accents that I know on top of my head that are very distinctive, and they are all from this state, from the neighbor cities that we have here.
If you remember, I once mentioned that Father sees the House of the Hearth as her base of operations, and she truly wants to resolve the crisis. But how could Risley have known that?
Potato, potato.
Or perhaps he didn't know and just wanted to bring Father over to his side, which could be why he said he just wanted to
Potato.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I understand your concerns as well, Traveler. I'll figure out a way to pass this on to our father. No matter what, we're on your side. The two of you have already aided us far too much. We probably wouldn't be standing here right now if not for you. If you ever need anything else going forward, please come to the House of the Hearth at any time. Though you may not share the sentiment, after all that we've gone through together, the three of us basically see you as family.
You have my gratitude.
Thank you for protecting Linny when it really mattered. And thank you for sharing the secrets of the
Ding,
fortress with us.
ding, ding.
Why are you being so formal all of a sudden?
Oh.
Paimon's hungry.
Oh, you've done so much already. Go get some food.
Alright, then we'll catch you guys another time.
Bye. Dude, my new lad. I'm just saying, this guy is going good. Look at him. He's getting the stuff. I can actually convert this for him and get him another skill. Or can I? I don't remember. Because I think I have more greeny stuff. This dude is right now my strongest suit. And yet he still needs to work on artifacts. Which is just sad, honestly. You see, these artifacts are so pretty. This would be so pretty for him, except this is attack and he doesn't use attack. This one would be kind of better, but elemental. And his damage comes from HP. Yeah, he's the stronger suit. And with the patch, I got this guy. That I'm gonna have to work on because apparently the new theater is gonna be Dendro, Hydro, and Pyro, I think. So Burgeon. I don't know what Burgeon means in reaction terms, but it's water, fire, and the Dendro. So I guess it's like explosion of vapor. Vapor explosions that burn you.
Come on, let's go pick up ours as well. Traveler and Paimon, over here.
Over here.
Are you here for dinner too, Miss Sijwin? Mm-hmm. And I'm taking the opportunity to prepare Miss Cloran's dinner as well. Huh. You're right. She's actually sitting in the fortress cafeteria. What would you like to eat? Yep, you can.
Tuna.
I've already talked
Give
to our
tuna.
chef, Mr. Wolsey. It's all on me today, so you can get whatever you'd like.
The biggest portion.
Don't forget Paimon. No problem. Just leave it to me.
The dishes before bursting with flavor. Ooh, nice.
So delicious.
Free
Is
dinners.
this how it feels to be freeloaders? Wait a second, we did do plenty of work after all. Feeling full yet? How's the food? Delicious.
Exquisite.
I'm so glad to see you all so happy. Oh, see, the expression on your face just now? The muscle here just moved.
He's like,
That suggests that you're feeling quite
drugs.
relaxed at the moment. Sijwin, do you do this to help your patients or to better understand human beings? A bit of both, I suppose. I'm a Melazine, which means I'm very different from human beings. I must know what you're thinking if I want to take good care of you. You're really good at taking care of people. Even though you're so short, you still talk and
Food
act
is
like an
hungry.
older sister. Really? You're reminded of
You
an
gotta
older sister?
feed her so that you can
That's
eat
great
her.
to hear.
It's like we do with
Oh,
chickens.
and what did you mean back in Risley's office? When you said that you were protecting Linny and his siblings as well? Oh, that. I just asked His Grace to look out for those children, especially that diver boy. I was getting a bit worried after hearing that something was wrong with the water. Thankfully, Glorand is very strong and managed to save him in the nick of time. His Grace also sealed the pipes after Glorand left, to make sure that Linne wouldn't impulsively chase after his brother. Although the path was blocked, we still stationed some guards there to stop anyone from approaching. They were instructed to only open the door once Miss Glorand had returned. Oh, and I was keeping an eye on Mr. Linne as well. We had to press him, but we couldn't allow him to be in any real danger.
You were all super considerate and really thought everything through.
Woo.
It's just what we do down here at the fortress. At least this has been His Grace's style for as long as he's been the leader. Oh, I really wish Monsieur Nervula would come down here more often too.
Why do they say it so weird?
With all the
Nervulette.
chaos.
They try to make a French out of a nothing. Monsieur Nervula. They kind of like a Z. The Nervula. Why though?
Get a good night's rest, you two. You both worked very hard.
New Zealand is almost the same New Zealand. What the fudge? Huh? How did you die? The man just died out of nowhere? My Farina with 37, 27 HP. 37, 275. No, but yeah, Kazuha, I actually forgot I was gonna put this man. Where is Old Zealand? Yeah.
Taking a stroll in the middle of a downpour certainly rouses the spirit. But it's best to dry your clothes as soon as possible after the rain stops. The wind has ceased. The world is silent.
This dude is
Now the best
smooth,
time to
isn't
rest
he?
well. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. That's why I think of him when I think of ASMR. My Kazuha? What? Hey, yo.
So much has happened. Paimon's super sleepy. Are you sleepy too?
I lost him to Chi-Chi. I'll never forgive her. Oh, no. She's actually laying down.
Delicious. Paimon wants seconds for free.
Oh, no. Also, I haven't been counting the days. I don't even know what day this is in the prison. We were supposed to be 45 days in the prison.
What happened? Why is everyone running? No idea, but something must have happened. Stop asking.
Danish from like J-Land. J-Land.
Paimon's still...
J-Land. Supreme J-Land. What is happening? Sir J-Land.
What happened? Why is everyone running around? Hey, what are you doing?
No time to explain, mate. Goodbye.
No, mate.
Hey, what? What's wrong with these people? They won't even talk to us.
They're here! There you are!
What?
Oh, thank goodness!
Quisto and Laveroon, do you know what happened here?
Gusto.
We came here especially to inform you. Something seems to have gone terribly wrong just now. His Grace is telling everyone to evacuate and get out of here.
Get out of here.
You two are new here and you don't have many friends, so you might slip through the cracks. Haven't you heard all the stories like that?
And
An
Gusto.
evacuation is successfully completed. Yet you only find out once you do a head count that 1 or 2 people are missing.
Wait, weren't you the one who brought that up? Why is it suddenly my idea?
Hey, shut up!
Okay, whatever. The point is, you should come with us. Yeah, he said to get as far away as possible, upwards and outwards.
Oh no, it can't be that thing!
Whoa, wait, what? What? Hey, where are you going?
We have to go find the Duke! You two just go and get out! Go on without us!
Be careful!
Upwards and outwards. I go middle and downwards. Because I'm very smart. Smart. Oh, entered the forbidden zone. We entering the forbidden zone.
They're here.
Just like I said.
We have it!
You're just in time. But be ready to run.
What the hell? Classical punch, man. Holy! Oh, that's not gonna hold it for too long, huh?
Three, two, one.
It looks like a slime, yeah. Ooh!
This won't hold it for long. Find Neuvillette. Tell him the defenses are about to collapse.
Thank you for saying it normally.
Until he arrives, we're the last line of defense. The gate. How long do you think it'll hold?
That depends on us.
They really didn't give much of a like spoiler on how she would attack. Like, unless you were paying a lot of attention during the story, whenever Chlorine came out, you wouldn't think about it.
Hello, beautiful
Traveler.
Hello, Eman.
Farina will soon be meeting with the knave there. You must protect Farina and make sure she doesn't spend too much time alone with her.
Okay, but there's something else.
You have my sincerest...
Meow. Meow. That was not as intense. Meow. Yeah. Oh, look. No! Bruh, I missed. Are you kidding me? Well, too bad. Not today, folks. Opera epicless. Oh no.
yeah, let's go. Oh yeah, let's go.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Oh yeah, let's go. Look, there are a ton of Fatui and Palais Mermonia people over there. The Knave is
Over
probably
there.
here already. We need to hurry. Are you two the traveler in Paimon? Monsieur Nervalet has left instructions.
They say nervelet. Nervelet. Why do they say ner? Like, where's ner in that?
But it would be most appreciated if you
Monsieur
could protect Lady Verena to
Nervelet.
the best of your abilities.
Paimon does the same thing. I don't get it. Where's the R? I don't see an R in it. Why do they say Nervelet? I think it's because they're British, right? Could that be the explanation?
Oh, so you two
Is that they're
were the
British or
guests Miss
they're
Verena mentioned?
Of course.
Australian and then you can say the ooh
Attend a meeting such as this. I must always have 2 or more
without saying
guests at my dessert table. Otherwise, the occasion would be too lonely and unbecoming of my station.
Oh,
It is my
Farina.
pleasure to make your acquaintance.
These two,
traveler. I have heard much.
the
of your
voices on these two are just so perfect.
I am the Knave, one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers.
These two just have nice voices. And they embrace it really well for their characters.
I've already prepared seats for you. Come, sit beside me.
Perhaps you two are unaware of how Miss Verena and I do things. You see, we actually recently agreed to get together for tea when we had the time. See this? This is a limited type of confectionery that Miss Verena simply adores. There are only 16 slices sold every day. Here, why don't you and Paimon have a taste?
Very carb. You should be very careful.
What do you think of this cake?
Pretty good.
That's good to hear. So what Child said was on the mark
Pretty
after all.
good.
You do share a taste in desserts with Verena and I.
Child should have no reason to have said something like that.
I wonder how he's doing nowadays. You must have heard, right? He's suddenly gone missing. I'm really worried about his safety, you know. Here's to hoping that he's an excellent swimmer.
Yeah, dude. She's just like, you know, I can kill you any second, but I'm just gonna pretend I'm here.
Since we're talking about him, I feel like I should add something. His martial prowess really looked certainly pretty impressive, yeah.
Never seen her so nervous, huh?
Oh, so you're also familiar with his aptitude for fighting, Miss Verena. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Child was subdued by Udex Nuvillette right in front of you. Against ordinary people, my colleague would never be on the back foot. But alas, he just never imagined he'd run into such a person. I must express my admiration for Monsieur Nuvillette.
She almost did it too, but I forgive her.
Coming from you, that's not surprising at all.
But I thought you would be happier to hear the news.
Of course, but it's still a bit of a shame. You see, I would have been far happier had I received this news somewhat earlier. As you well know, a long time has passed since Child disappeared.
Well, in any case, there's no need to worry. We know for sure that Child is still alive.
Oh, and just how do you know that?
Because we found evidence that proved he left the Fortress of Mirapede.
And where did he go after leaving the fortress?
Well...
The The fortress of Meripede lies deep beneath the waves. Unless he pranced right out of the main gate, he must have had to swim for it. Do you have any proof that he surfaced safely?
We do not. But there's also no evidence that he's been injured or killed.
That is good news at least. His sister Tonya sent a letter to Fontaine not too long ago. Since he was unfortunately unavailable, I picked it up on his behalf. Do you have any idea how he usually writes back to his family? Dear Tonya, your letter made me feel like we were still enjoying our time in Snezhnaya together. I'm currently admiring the scenery on the streets in front of the opera house. Is it something like that?
Damn. You're such a psycho. That sounds good to me.
Letters tend to follow the same few formats anyway, right? As long as the contents are accurate, it doesn't matter so much how it's written or how it's worded.
She gets lost in her own performance.
The water in the teacup is shaking.
I suppose this is also a sign of things to come, Miss Farina.
Huh? I don't quite understand what you're trying to say.
It's now settled.
Entered into the next stage of the prophecy.
You leave Varsava this weekend? What? Where are you going?
My thanks to you both. I will take it from here.
Bojna.
Sure you don't need a hand?
You're homesick.
Quite
oh.
Wow. So, what's your secret, huh? Let me guess. Nah, who knows? Maybe it's just your sense of responsibility.
Sounds about right.
Music. Oh yeah, the music festival is gonna be near Hermit City. That's cool. Oh my. Fight with the dragon. Full glory of a baby-faced dragon.
The day may come when the prophecy is fulfilled and the waters burst forth. But it is not this day.
Damn.
Easily obliterate an entire race. A tsunami of fury would unleash endless catastrophe.
It's no wonder he's Nuvilet. He's just absurdly powerful.
Forgive me for overruling it.
Got my Sunday military leave approved. Nice. Nice. You're gonna be able to enjoy all of it. Let's go.
All right. Seems like the problem inside has been suppressed.
Dude, imagine they were all super scared and then this dude just comes in and like, let me deal with it. Give me a moment.
For now.
5 minutes.
I win this bet. You owe me a present.
Very well. It was indeed just as you said.
Just give me 5 minutes. I'll deal with this immense force that could kill the entire nation.
Size of your entourage. Cloran thought you wouldn't come down by yourself.
I figured you would have at least brought a few people along for appearance's sake. It appears I underestimated just how confidential the mission was.
Shouldn't you have gotten used to confidential missions by now? That's just how the courts operate.
So what gift must the loser give? Tea?
He already has tons of tea.
He really is. I don't know if you saw the scene where he puts down Child. So Child is the guy in Leeway that we fight. One of the bosses. And he has like 2 or 3 phases and he's like super strong, and then he goes to even almost destroy the entirety of Leeway by unleashing a whale from the undersea and shit like that. And then in Fontaine, when he was being judged and he was deemed guilty by the archeries thingy, Neuvillette was just like, pipe the fuck down. In anime style, the dude was like, I'm gonna release my full power and shit like that. He was about to transform and kill everyone, and Neuvillette was like, shut the fuck up. Respect the court's rules, please. He just laid on top of him and put him down like paper.
That wouldn't happen to be a dig at my lack of legal awareness, would it?
Well, I'm sure His Grace doesn't consider the fortress to be outside the law.
I was under the impression the residents of a place like this would be uninterested in the legal codices.
That was obviously a joke.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, you've still got some unfinished business to attend to in the overworld, correct?
No need to stay here if you have a pressing matter. We all know you can't leave Palais Mermonia for long.
Thank you. I hope everything went smoothly with the Fatui Harbinger.
Well, about that. About that.
I must say, we've spent long enough playing house. Miss Farina, as the Hydro Archon, I am sure you understand the exact meaning of the phenomenon we just witnessed. Or should I say, that's what I originally thought. But looking at your expression, was I wrong? And you haven't a clue?
What are you trying to say?
At this point, I don't think there's any more need to speak as diplomatic representatives. Allow me to speak to you now as just a Fontanian. You know the prophecy by heart, and also that every part of it is being proven true.
Mm-hmm.
Here you are, relaxing, drinking tea, and eating desserts as if it's all nothing more than a few stray bugs in your garden. Do you really think that's acceptable? The prophecy's hanging above our necks like a guillotine. Every faction is looking for a way to either avert the disaster or save their own. Even the orphans of the House of the Hearth have devoted everything to saving their homeland. But you? It beggars belief just how nonchalant and carefree you have been.
The guillotine, remember? Yeah, the guillotine.
The god Focalor, you have utterly failed to take action.
You're wrong. I've never ignored the prophecy, nor have I just been passing the time in self-indulgence. Retract your accusation and stop doubting the wisdom of the gods with such absurd conjectures.
Oh my god, she's so eloquent.
I am alone in my doubts, you know.
The eloquence is there.
Fontaine may be harboring the exact same thoughts right now. Oh, great Hydro Archon. How are you going to save them? Save us? How are the people you've sworn to protect supposed to survive in a land that will soon disappear beneath the waves?
I have my ways, and I've been working on them for all this time. Even if you look down upon me, you have no right to judge me. Fontaine will be saved. Even if I still cannot see the true future right now, as long as I continue on as I am, I will be able to hold my head up high.
Hey, yo, she's being refuting the Knave's
Can I
accusation.
ask you, Miss Farina, just what have you been working on? Where can we see it, and what is it doing to help?
She's bipolar, but we love her. She has one moment of conviction and then...
Are just like the prophecy itself. They will only reveal themselves at the fated time. It is just that beings like yourselves are unable to perceive them as of yet.
Oh, she just called her
As a god,
stupid.
Proof of your labor always lies beyond prying mortal eyes. Allow me to be so bold as to ask another way. Would it be possible for you to tell us the parts of your plan that are not confidential? Such as your emergency response plan for the impending disaster?
An emergency response plan?
Oh, that look in your eyes. Have you not even prepared one of those?
The emergency response plan is also strictly confidential.
She just
Then
keeps
allow
getting
me to
away with
jog
it.
your memory. Miss Farina, what is the purpose of your Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal? And what do you plan to do with the massive amounts of indemnitium that has accumulated over the years?
The Oratrice? It's just like it appears to be.
So you also have no idea. If I'm not mistaken, someone's using it to prepare for something. But unfortunately, it would seem that someone is not you, Miss Farina. I first caught wind of this when Linny tried to investigate the Oratrice in the Opera House.
Damn.
You see, even just getting close to the core contaminated
Rey
him with an
Ninja,
extremely
hello.
large amount of indemnitium. But even if that had nothing to
Hello,
do with
hello,
you,
friend.
then what could you possibly be working on, oh great Hydro Archon? Oh, right. I almost forgot. Udex Neuvillette is not at the tea party with us today. Miss Farina, I suppose you must have ordered him away to take care of some troublesome business.
Hmm.
Yeah, yes, that's exactly right. Please keep it a secret for me.
Of course I will. Although, I must say...
Thank you,
Farina,
Coffin.
quite
Thank you, thank you, thank
insecure without the
you.
Udex
Hello.
by your side.
Elongated
Very
coffin.
well. Let's stop that conversation here. There are still a few slices of cake left, so please, help yourselves, everyone.
Elongated coffin. Yeah, do you not see his name?
Traveler, I heard that you were recently commissioned to handle a few matters on behalf of the Udex. Why don't you take an extra slice of cake? Those who work hard deserve gratitude and praise. You too, Paimon.
Thank you. Paimon will take you up on that.
Thank you, Penguin. Thank you. The knave receives to change topic. Yeah. The knave is more like trying to control the situation really nicely.
Super full. That cake was great.
If it's on my tea table, it must be of the highest quality. Yes, and we must thank the knave for bringing these over as well.
You're welcome. I'm sure the cake also felt greatly honored to be featured at Miss Farina's table. And I was merely catering to Miss Farina's tastes, seeking a chance to chat over tea. It is getting late. Why don't we call it a day? There are still a few matters that I need to take care of, so I must take my leave now.
Very well. We'll end it here.
Mind seeing
Farina totally not scared.
We could use the opportunity to discuss Child before I must be on my way.
Okay.
Paimon's coming too.
Farina?
The tea party turned out to be even more difficult than I'd imagined. Why are you looking at me like that? Is something the matter? If there's nothing urgent, then I shall be retiring for now.
Damn. You have something so weird about her. I don't know what's going on with her, but she kinda mental. Just a little bit. She has attitude. Yeah, but why does she have the attitude? Is what I don't understand yet. We'll figure it out soon, probably, because we're getting to the story. But it's interesting. What the fudge? There are people like those? Yeah. She has a bit of an attitude. She's a softie trying to pose as a hardy. Shortest people would. True.
That you were willing to come with me.
Actually true.
Of course, Child was just an excuse.
She is a shorty.
I have no interest in your dealings with him.
That's what Paimon thought.
You lent your aid to the children of the House of the Hearth. As their father, I would like to express my gratitude.
The
Do
father.
I look like an irresponsible father to you? The House of the Hearth is very important to me. You should know that I care deeply about my children.
Was there something else you wanted to say?
That was all. Formal topics should be discussed in formal settings, and informal topics in informal settings. I know you just returned from the fortress of Meripede. Relax. I have no intention of trying to get anything out of you. Linny, Lynette, and Fremine are still there, and I trust their judgment and abilities.
They've all been working very hard and have always done all they can to fight back against anyone who tried to stop them, especially Linny.
You mean Wriothesley. He's a tricky one to deal with. It's unfortunate that Linny's so eager to prove himself that he can't learn to rely on others, including me. By the way, and you can just consider this a bit of idle gossip, but what's your impression of Furina?
She's short, has an attitude, kind of cute, but also very obnoxious.
The freest person in all of Fontaine, able to move around most easily. Allow me to share my perspective with you.
And that's everything that happened during the trial. Master Child was declared guilty and immediately transported to the Fortress of Meripede.
Didn't he say he was coming here on vacation? Does he not feel an ounce of shame for all the trouble he has caused? Forget it. He did give us an opportunity. I will be meeting someone shortly.
She'll be meeting someone short. Makes sense.
No need. I will take care of it myself. I need to meet with Furina, the Hydro Archon. She is at the heart of Fontaine. But what's fascinating about her is that she often seems more like a celebrity than a working Archon.
Come over here, you little critter, you.
Oh my gosh. You'll be back later. Okay.
Dare to run from me? Stop right this instant!
My goal is just to discover the location of the Gnosis. But I didn't expect the chance to.
Girlfriend came. Oh, enjoy.
Handed to me on a silver platter.
Give attention or you will die.
Actually making me a bit suspicious. Anything left unguarded is usually just bait. But no
yeah.
one can blame someone for taking the bait. After all, from the moment it was attached to the hook, the bait is meant to be sacrificed. It's just as I guessed in the second before I struck. The Hydronosis is not currently held by the Archon. In fact, this Archon doesn't seem like a god at all. And I sense that she's under some kind of curse.
Oh, that would explain.
What are you trying to do? Please don't kill me. I'm begging you, please.
The fear in her pupils is genuine, so perhaps she's not bait after all. Either way, targeting her has lost all meaning. I left the scene with ease. Nobody came looking for me, and nobody could serve as a witness to my near assassination of Focalor. I suspect even Furina dares not mention this incident to anyone.
Oh, that's why she's so scared.
What I had guessed. After returning to her quarters, Furina quietly cried alone. She was so scared that she could not sleep that night, nor could she even bring herself to eat her cake. There's no doubt that there's something wrong with her. I began to entertain the possibility that she is not the true Hydro Archon. Perhaps Eudex Neuvillette is actually the genuine article. I have to find the Gnosis.
would make sense.
If the Neuvillette hypothesis is correct, he is probably in possession of it. Alternatively, it might have been hidden in a place that's hard for ordinary people to access.
Yes, Father.
My dear children, please speak.
News from the fortress of Meripede. Master Child has gone missing. On top of that, the contacts and guards we bribed at the fortress have all gone quiet as well.
Probably the handiwork of that Wriothesley.
I'm afraid so.
This is a good opportunity. The value of a harbinger is much higher than most would imagine. We now have an excuse to exert diplomatic pressure on the Fontaine authorities. Set up a meeting for me. I would like to meet the Hydro Archon and Iudex Neuvillette.
Damn.
And I have an additional mission for you.
Yes, Father.
Tartaglia's disappearance was not a part of my plan, but I can use it to make a breakthrough. With this as my excuse, I can ask for an official audience and continue my investigation of Farina and Iudex Neuvillette. The initiative belongs to the House of the Hearth. My wish to investigate the fortress of Meripede will be a front. Linny and his group will be responsible for the actual intelligence gathering.
Very, very smart. And very cool, actually.
Apue!
Apui!
You should know the rest.
Hydration. I actually need to go to the bathroom with all these water noises.
They wouldn't have hidden anything from you.
You attacked the Hydro Archon?
It wouldn't mean anything, even if you shouted it from the rooftops. After all, even Farina herself is still pretending that nothing of that sort ever happened.
Alright then.
I've now had 2 chances to enjoy tea with Farina. I have to say, the leadership of Fontaine is even more inscrutable than I had imagined. I once surmised that Iudex Neuvillette must be the Hydro Archon, but now, that doesn't seem right to me either.
How did you come to the conclusion that he was?
Servant of Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Over my years of service, I've learned how a real Archon conducts and carries themselves. Whether Iudex Neuvillette or Farina, neither fits the bill. It's hard to imagine either of them as the Archon. Of course, that is all just how I feel. Gut feelings often do not require justification. It is, however, quite amusing to me that after all my years working in intelligence gathering, I've come to realize I am at a complete loss regarding the identity of the god of the land of my birth. Don't you think Fontaine is quite intriguing? A catastrophe looms, yet many secrets have yet to rise to the surface. It looks like Fontainians will have no choice but to save themselves. Ultimately, though, one must survive in order to do anything else. Should the need arise, I would be happy to cooperate with you. You don't need to commit to anything right now, of course. I have a feeling that the situation will continue to evolve, and as your name is often connected with noble deeds, I'm sure we will work together someday.
Dang. Neuvillette?
He certainly returned quickly. You must want to catch up with each other, so I'll leave you to him.
Neuvillette, is it over?
For now, yes. But this issue will prove quite thorny in the long term.
Thorny.
I'm concerned that sooner or later the prophesized events will occur. Thank you for protecting Farina. To put it simply, I used my power to force back the primordial sea and reseal the sluice gate. So as expected, the knave has turned up the pressure on Farina. She's trying to feel her out, though I'm still unsure as to her motives.
Can I ask you something? You had enough power to force back the primordial sea. Does this mean you have some deeper connection with the Hydro Archon?
Whoa. It can't be that you're the real Hydro Archon, right? But that's Just a speculation on our part, though. You can't tell us? Then that's okay. We can talk about something else. We won't try to force you. You guys in Fontaine are super strange.
If by the phrase "you guys" you are referring to Farina and I, then although I'm not sure just what you are trying to imply, I must clarify that I do not share her positions on a multitude of topics.
Dang. He just doesn't want to say it. That's so
The fortress has
fucked
a
up.
long and complex history. It has seen much grief and suffering. And now, another catastrophe will soon be upon us. I mourn this turn of events.
Huh? Why is it raining all of a sudden?
Crying again. And just some moments before Novilla mentioned the sensitivity, talking back to the legend from it said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Every time it weeps, the skies will cloud and pour out rain. Yeah, makes sense.
You may be closer to the truth than you think.
Oh? And what are you thinking?
He's the dragon sovereign of water.
The dragon of... what? Huh?
He's a dragon.
Please do not be so surprised. Farina?
Neverlet, are you listening?
Ah, my apologies.
We were just guessing randomly. We didn't guess right, did we? You're not actually the dragon sovereign of water, right? Well, if you don't want to confirm or deny...
You guessed correctly. I sincerely hope you'll be able to keep this a secret for me.
Right, of course. We'll definitely help you keep it a secret. There's still something Paimon wants to ask you, though.
Please, go ahead.
Well, if you are the dragon sovereign of water, and you were able to force back the primordial sea from the fortress, then since Fontaine's prophecy is all about seawater, couldn't you just use your power to solve the crisis?
None of the currently living dragon sovereigns in the world, myself included, possess our full dragonhood. They say that when the first usurper arrived on Tivat, they seized a part of the dragon's power. Today, that stolen power is the basis of the Archon's authorities.
There are 7 elemental archons and 7 matching dragon sovereigns.
The dragon sovereign of water who lived through that era perished a long time ago. As their successor, I know far less of that part of our ancient history. In any case, I believe I will not be able to do much unless the Archon disappears and returns their elemental authority to me. Given the status quo, however, I would recommend finding another way to deal with the prophecy.
Oh, so even you can't solve it.
I still have some urgent matters to attend to at
Okay,
my
so
office.
he's not the
If you have
Archon,
any
actually.
more questions regarding ancient history, you are welcome to discuss them with me at a later time.
Please go right ahead. There's a place that Paimon wants to go too. Traveler, why don't we pay another visit to the Fortress of Meropide? Paimon is a little worried. We'll see you another time.
Take care.
So, from what I'm gathering, there is 7 dragons and 7 Archons. The Archons are the people who stole part of the power of the dragons. So they're like, the dragon is half the power, and the Archon is the other half the power. And what I would guess is that Farina is carrying the Archon within her. That's what I would guess. That's why she has 2 shapes. She's carrying the Archon within her, but she doesn't know that she has the Archon within her. Or she knows, but she doesn't have control over it. So yeah, I need to pee. Give me a moment. this is a lot better. So yeah, that's my theory. Also, why am I walking when it's like so far away? Whee! What? Was I not supposed to go here? That doesn't make any sense. Well then, let's leave that for last. Hello there.
You guys are back?
Yeah?
You guys didn't get caught and thrown back down here, right?
No, not at all.
And here I thought you'd managed to escape from jail during all the commotion. I'd held you up as legendary jailbreakers, but now you're telling me you just never left?
We're sorry, but we just had some business to take care of.
All right. There's no need to get caught up in the details. We're just relieved to see you. He was super worried about you, you know.
Hey, it wasn't just me. Weren't you super worried as well?
Something like that, yeah. I was also transferred to work in the kitchen a few days ago. I can still hear Quisto mumbling to the carrots. Are those two all right?
La
Think they
Varune,
made it
La
out
Varune.
alive. Whenever he'd say that, I'd tell him I'm sure they're fine. Wherever they are, they're kicking back with drinks in hand, enjoying the lovely scenery.
There's nothing wrong with worrying about your prison pals, is there? I mean, considering how they always love listening to all my gossip.
These two, they sure are a lot warmer and friendlier than when Paimon first met them.
Your meals will bring prisoners back to the cafeteria.
If you say so.
Okay.
I'll be watching you to make sure you finish every last bite.
Okay. Dun, 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 dun.
Traveler, Paimon!
Seaweed!
Are you still doing all right? Did either of you get hurt? We're fine, but what about you guys? It was such a huge mess. How bad was it? A few people sustained superficial injuries, but that's about the extent of the damage. Monsieur Nervulette paid us a visit.
Monsieur?
To him that we managed to suppress
Monsieur?
the crisis for the time being. Of course, we must also thank you for the help you provided. How did Nervulette know that he was needed here? Well, Monsieur Nervulette has strong resonance with the hydro element. When the water level rises, he can feel the waves produce.
Monsieur?
I ran into the bombshell bros while bandaging the injuries of the wounded. They were mumbling the whole time about how you just ran down without a word. I'm so relieved to see that you're both all right. If you're not too pressed for time, please stay with us a few more days. Just let me know if you get a craving for any particular dish, so I can have Mr. Walsey get your meals prepared. Oh, and please feel free to visit the infirmary for a break at any time. I'd like to take the opportunity to spend some more time observing your facial muscles as well. Your happy smiles are quite contagious, you know. They're so memorable, and I've missed them immensely while you were gone.
Yeah, okay. How do I go there? should be here. Why is it not here? I don't understand. Oh, I messed up. It's below. I forgot. This is a thing.
Courier? Miss...
Yeah, I was working on something, so I forgot.
I forgot.
No excuse for... Huh?
Lurvine, we're back!
Hello there. It's been quite the mess here recently. How have you been?
And you? Are you still taking the secret passageway from the infirmary to work on the ship?
Yep. That is still top secret, though. So don't say a word to anyone.
It can be a bit annoying when there are lots of people in the infirmary, but I still prefer taking that route over the one from the Duke's office.
Meow. I prefer it too. You know.
Oh yeah? Then why are you also here so much?
You two really are just using your jobs as a cover for your relationship, aren't you?
Not at all!
Not at all. Ooh, look at that ship. Looks nice. Where is it going, I wonder? Look beautiful. Yeah. I wonder where it's gonna go. Pocket watch. I'm married. Whoa, 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 whoa. How you ready, ninja? Old Merc's pal.
Now guess, what suit will this next card be?
What would it be?
A bare-teeth cat?
Well, well, look who it is.
Traveler, Paimon.
Hello, everyone.
Looks like you're recovering nicely from an A.
Mm-hmm. Thanks to everyone's support. Oh, right. I managed to work up the courage to thank Miss Clorand in person.
Whoa, how did she react?
She told me that it was nothing. It was as if saving a life wasn't a big deal to her at all. She also told me not to worry about it.
She didn't want to stress you out, that's all. She's right, and it's best not to dwell on it.
Yeah.
Okay, but check this out. We went back to the opera house and we met the knave.
You met Father? Did she say anything to you?
She said a few things that were, a bit hard to understand. And also that she's looking forward to working with us in the future.
Her attitude towards you is even better than what we'd imagined. That's fantastic. You should believe her.
I mean, she could have just killed us.
She'll do everything in her power.
She didn't kill us, so that means she's okay with us.
Which now might also include you.
Mm-hmm. Father is very capable and also trustworthy.
Oh, Paimon just remembered that she thought Lenny was a bit too proud as well. She said that you should learn how to rely on others sometimes.
Oof.
Got it.
That does sound like something that Father would say.
Hey!
Are you going to stay here for the next few days?
Looks like it, yeah.
Excellent. I will host a tea party.
For real? Then Paimon wants
Another implies that you were already served some delicious cake while you were up there. How lovely. Well, next time, you're going to have tea and snacks with us.
Alright, talk to Risley. Let's go down there. Talk with Risley. I'm doing okay. I'm doing alright. I'm doing okay. I'm doing alright. I thought he was gonna be down there, but oops, never mind. Where is this man? Oh, he is down here. I'm the one being confused. 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 Dodge. Wish there was an easy way to get level 58, but no.
Or did I just see two inmates come back after making it to the surface? Some strange winds blowing of late.
We wanted to see how the fortress is doing. Is everything still alright?
We're fine for the most part. Neuvillette came down and took care of the worst of it.
If that's the case, why don't you just ask him to stay here?
Hey!
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Udex himself to exchange the Courts of Fontaine for a puddle of water in the middle of nowhere. He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea.
That Poggers is so sad.
He did remember to take Miss Sigewinne's gift with him, though.
He sure sounds super busy.
Miss Cloran has left as well. She also took her gift from Miss Sigewinne.
Were the gifts milkshakes?
Neuvillette got the milkshake. Cloran received lipstick instead.
Those aren't even remotely alike.
Well, it's
It is-
Neuvillette's own fault for making Sigewinne worried
Ah.
about his health by working so much. But besides that, our head nurse is still pretty fond of picking out beauty products for the ladies. Oh, and I have some gifts here for you as well.
Are these from Sigewinne too?
Nope, they're from yours truly. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface at any time. You haven't yet served your full prison term, however, so you may continue to use your cell until your term is up.
Bruh.
For real? Then we could stay here for a really long time?
You may access the cafeteria for free. Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's time for your release.
Bruh. Imagine. I thought I was free. How silly of me. We go back to the sea. Go bed and sleep. Okay, what am I doing? Oh, we go back to the sea to get to the bottom and sleep.
We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prisoners though, so it really doesn't feel the same. Sure feels that way. But the truth is, we never did anything bad to begin with, so I'm not sure why we put so much pressure on ourselves. Huh? How did you know?
Because you usually immediately fall asleep.
That's not true! Alright. Okay, Paimon just wanted to say that we really are an amazing duo after all. We've now gone to so many places together and become friends with so many people. We've never stopped traveling or stopped meeting new friends. There are so many bad things in the world, and we're just two people, but we've still been solving problems no matter where we go. Isn't that pretty cool? You're counting Paimon?
We're the best friends ever.
The adventurer here?
Being a guide counts too.
Catherine to give Paimon an adventurer handbook as well. Paimon will also be an adventurer from today forward.
Imagine.
Just the thoughts making Paimon giddy. Paimon's gonna crash, so you sleep soon too. The last time we fell asleep here, we woke up to a whole mess outside ourselves. The seawater nearly rose up. We should be safe now, right?
Yeah.
Alright then. Good night to you, traveler.
Night, you traveler. No, how cute. Uh-oh. The dream again. Wait, he was inside of that thing? Oh no. Oh, that's a problem. He was inside of it, that's why. Cataclysm complete. Hey, nice. Wait until the next day. Okay. 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 Some time has passed since the incident in the Fortress of Maripede, and your sentence here is almost finished.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Maripede! Come on!
Come on, let's get a move on. Chapter 4, Act 5, A Masquerade of the Guilty. Oh. Let's get it. Let's get it. Woo.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Maripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
Okay.
What's happening?
Have safe travels. Or whatever you're doing. You're always welcome.
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke.
A new life's beginnings. You probably can Gimba Pingu. I forgot I had turned that on a long time ago. You probably have so many points.
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Actually, today's the day we're done.
Yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now?
Yeah.
That's right! Today is our last day in prison! But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice. Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
No.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
She's not joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirapede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. I think we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia.
You're going to see Monsieur Nervillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
Yeah.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Okay. I will do my best. Palais Mermonia. Do 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 do. Teleport.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Yeah.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Nervillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Okay.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Okay. We wait for him. He's busy. He's busy.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
Okay.
Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Mirapede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away. Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather
Ordinary
something like
waters.
the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Let's get going.
Please be careful.
Poisson. Let's go to Poisson. Poisson, 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 Poisson. Do 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 do.
Oh no! What happened here?
What the fudge? Everything is destroyed.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look! There's someone on the roof over there!
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry.
Just hurry.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
Mm.
My Desiree!
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Mm.
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
No. What is happening?
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
Fell over.
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain.
A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded on an aquabus. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights.
Damn.
The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end.
Many people
The water
died.
that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Yeah, we're here to help.
For being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Yeah. By the way, where are Melus and Silver?
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
Oh no, that's not good.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
The rocks are all thinking people are organizing various matters. Their decisions are clear and reasonable.
The
Okay.
wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
I understand.
Thank you.
Let's see. I think they died. Sadly. They might have died.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
sorry. I just... Maloose and Silver. They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
That is really sad.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
Ouch. That is horrible.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Maloose and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
They're gone.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
Broly, hello.
That makes sense.
Man, this is really sad.
Could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, demoiselle,
They
two
died.
of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
They're both
Personally,
dead.
I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking
Hey,
that
Apple, I love you, bro. You're a good apple, the best apple in the
I'm
best.
sorry
Thank
for letting
you.
you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Thank you.
Doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well,
You're the best too, Broly.
she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Maloose and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
We're here for you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means.
You're
By
grateful.
the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett,
Bennett?
Bernie,
Benet died?
Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne,
You actually have a city in the state above called Joinville.
as Maloose and
Joinville.
Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Maloose and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Oh, there she is.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Our little autistic devil.
Yes, my
I
people
mean,
are carrying out the
no.
mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui.
Unity! Queria comer uma pizza com ketchup e três egg.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments.
¿Por qué?
We were already in the area in any case.
¿Por qué?
That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on.
Só me quer morrer.
What I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My
No!
subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations.
I'll take the
I hear
pizza.
that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies.
Eu quero a pizza. A pizza eu aceito.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case.
Fazer lá pra ganhar mais rentável do que ver. Mesma coisa, eu acho. Talvez seja mais.
And I intend to prevent the
Mas, tipo...
Lending your organization
Sei lá.
a hand was a natural first step.
Eu tô me divertindo mais, pelo menos.
As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver.
Tem isso.
I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier.
É que não é um público tão...
Don't say that.
Causa disso.
You and your subordinates did everything you could.
É porque assim... O público que é quebrado não é tão quebrado que nem o Brasil, né? Então, tipo... Quando a pessoa... É mais fácil a pessoa conseguir poder apoiar do que uma pessoa que trabalha aqui conseguir apoiar. Tipo assim. Acho que é mais ou menos nessa ideia. Sei lá. Vende foto do pé por 10 pila. Quem que vai comprar foto do meu pé, velho? Meu pé não é feio, tá? Mas, tipo... Pra quê? Eu sou homem. Quem que vai querer foto do pé de homem? Tem gente doida pra tudo. Tem, né?
I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable.
Só depilar.
They really did become heroes.
E dizer que é de...
You're right. I'm sorry.
Não vai funcionar.
Water is life to Fontaine's people.
Eu não tenho as pernas finas.
Also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of.
Não tá falando isso de experiência, né?
By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
She's helping them too much. I find it weird. What does she want?
This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
Tu PayPal tá bravo? What? Como é que é? Como é que é? What? Tá, mas... Não, mas... Tá ganhando por experiência. Por experiência, né? Você caiu? Ih? Cai? Andei de novo. Hã? But I don't say... Mas eu não digo chu. Eu acho que tu tentou, mas não deu certo. Porque eu não falei chu, eu não falo chu. Eu falo tsu. Tsu. Se eu falasse chu, ia dar errado. I shit you. Hello, oi, hola, hello, oi, hola, hello. English, Portuguese, Spanish, Espanol, anything. What am I saying? Nihongo, Jozu.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you.
Both
During
English and
some
Portuguese?
recent investigations,
Then it's
the
fine.
child claimed to have discovered
I think you
some
followed
ruins near
before.
Poisson.
Why do you prefer anything? Usually I'm talking in English, but Portuguese is also fine if you're comfy.
In many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly,
Beleza, então. Coreano. 안녕하세요.
we're all busy prioritizing
안녕하세요.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task.
What task? Can you just on the side like me?
Members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Damn.
That somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
Pega tu M4 e tem todos. Ô, louco! Calma. A nave tem uma 12 no guarda-chuva. Na real.
Got it. So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
We can handle that.
May I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss?
But are you sure you're up to
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside.
Esse é outro mundo, Unity. Esse é outro mundo. Não tem arma de verdade aqui. Por que eu não sei, né? Talvez não tenha pólvora nesse mundo. Tipo, tem umas pessoas que tem arma, entendeu? Mas a arma não atira bala de projétil com pólvora. Elas atiram bala diferente.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler? All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Poxa, mas por aqui, olha esse mundo bonito. Pra que ter se jogado da montanha com esse mundo lindo? Maravilhoso. Eu simplesmente não me envolveria em nenhum problema. E viveria feliz, entendeu? Aqui, ó. Essa daqui tem uma arma, ó. Uma 12. Porque anda tanto aí, só tem varetas no lugar das pernas. Hã? What? What? Não tá vendo as pernas da mulher? Tipo, essa aqui tem umas varetinhas. Diferente. Você não tá usando os mesmos olhos. Eu não sei se eu tenho outro personagem que tem arma. Tem os arqueiros, né? Mas o arqueiro não é arma bem... Tem essa daqui que atira umas armas também. Umas balas na cara. Ah, tem essa aqui também. Essa tem uma arma também, ó. Pode fazer um time só com arma se tu quiser. O problema é que eu não tenho ela upada. Tem outros personagens que tem armas também. Chevrus, Coloran, Sijuin. Chevrus again. Chevrus, Coloran. Navia, Sijuin. Isso aqui não é GTA não. Não dá pra matar todo mundo não. E tem as pequenininhas que tem as bombas também, né? A Clee. É uma delas. Devia pra dar. Oxi. Mas não seria Genshin, né? Seria GTA. Ou Saints Row.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about?
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Acho que vai embora vagar por aí. Vai lá, aproveite. Eu já tô no povo demais na internet. Acho que você precisa de Coca-Cola. Tome uma Coca-Cola bem gelada. Com um pãozinho de salamito. Tomando Monster. É por isso então. Tem que ser Coca-Cola, não pode ser Monster. Oxi. Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola, pãozinho com salamito. Melhor coisa. Acalma a alma de um homem. Prefiro Pepsi. Pode ser Pepsi também. Mas tem que ter o pãozinho de salamito. Dadakondala. What is that? What does that even mean? Compra pra mim. Oxi. Você não vai sair por aí? Aí você sai por aí, isso aqui. Tudo certo. É só não pegar o salame inteiro. Pega aqueles de pedacinho. Vai sair da live devagar pela internet. Jogar COD. Aí não é sair da internet, né? Oxi. Mas sai do beta do novo código. Eu tô esperando é o... Ih, rapaz. Me ferrei. Eu tô esperando é o... Throne and Liberty. Throne and Liberty. Ah, Kyle Varsh é bom. MMORPG. Throne and Liberty. Tá explicado os monstros, né? Tem que estar bem pirado pra jogar code.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
É gosto, né?
Right.
É o que acontece.
Down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything.
Ele tem capacidade de saber jogar. É só jogar. Ui. A não ser que você esteja falando do Blade do Baldur's Gate, que é um RPG D&D. É uma coisa. Agora, tipo, qualquer outro jogo é só tu jogar e faz o que quiser. Ah, o Warframe. O Warframe é um caso diferente, né? Porque o Warframe é um jogo meio permanente. Morri no começo, mas no começo da história é normal morrer. Tá falando na nave aquela? No começo meio que tu não tem muito o que fazer, tu tem que correr e ir embora. Como que não explica, uai? O jogo fala, meu, foge porque vai morrer em 10 turnos. Tem que apertar o negocinho lá na ponta. É só apertar o negocinho lá. Se tentar sobreviver, morre. Simples. Aí depois é contigo, depois é aberto mesmo. Mas ele não é tão aberto que nem o Warframe, certamente.
Alright. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
100% derrota. Tá bom. Eu preciso usar mais esse cérebro, rapaz. Ativar os neurônios. É. Então. Eu acho que eu tenho alguma deficiência. Ué, como assim? Autismo de nível baixo? Talvez. Pode ser. Olha, eu vou dizer uma coisa. Eu sou meio que um imã pra pessoas com autismo. Então... é bem possível. Agora, por que eu sou um imã? Aí eu já não sei. Talvez isso seja uma mensagem pra mim mesmo. Ele é irmão mais velho ou mais novo? Imã de pessoas com autismo. É mais novo. Talvez sim, ou talvez tu tenha meio que copiado, né? Os comportamentos dele, por ser irmão. Só que de pessoas. Não posso te afirmar nada. Mas eu posso dizer que eu sou um imã de pessoas com autismo, então... Tipo assim... Não, então, de pessoas... De pessoas eu sou meio que um repelente, mas não porque eu seja... Tipo assim, eu não afasto as pessoas porque eu... Tá com medo ou nojo ou coisa do tipo, não sei como é que é pra ti. Pra mim é mais porque as pessoas simplesmente não gostam de mim. Entendeu? As pessoas simplesmente não vão muito com a minha cara, não. Nunca foi. Nunca foi. Mas aí com o pessoal autista isso muda. Vai entender por quê, não sei. Nossa, eu queria ver uma porta, uma TV no meu quarto. E não sairia por nada, ninguém vai ver na minha cara porque eu sou bem chato. Não vou atrás de ninguém. É, mais ou menos isso. É mais ou menos isso aí. É doideira demais. Morreu. Morreu. Ih. Oh, wait, what? She's dreaming.
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by
Dreaming.
yourself? Would you
Explorando
be
na Atlântica.
standing here till
É, eu
dawn
quero
if I
conseguir
hadn't come to
explorar
get you?
esse mês ainda.
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Velhos tarados. No, desses velhos aqui são parceiros dela.
Was I
Não
sleeping?
parceiro relacionado. Oh my
Yes,
god.
it would appear so.
O meu anime é tudo tarado. Esses não, esses não.
I must be tired.
Eles morreram já.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right.
Tua minha
I
cara.
nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I?
Have I?
This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Demoiselle?
No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny?
Giverny.
He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
Valeu, valeu. Boa sorte no Code ou sei lá o que tu vai fazer.
Going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person.
Eu quero poder explorar na Atlântica. Até esse mês ainda. Pra não perder os bônus. Por isso que eu tô dando um push rápido na história.
Force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these
I
are
have it
flower
right
seeds that I
here.
prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your
É, eu
help, so this is a
posso.
little token of our appreciation.
Mas eu não queria pular a
I hope you
história, né?
won't refuse.
Did you cultivate them
Já tá
yourself?
quase também, já tá no capítulo
Thank you
5.
so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
É porque do jeito que eu tava fazendo, eu tô jogando desde fevereiro. Aí eu tava jogando assim, eu faço a história, limpo o mapa. Jogo a história, limpo o mapa. Fiz isso até Inazuma. Chegou o Sumério, eu fiz a quest Sumério. Pensei, agora eu vou limpar o mapa. Vai levar uns 2 meses pra limpar esse mapa aí de Sumério, porque é grande pra caralho. Mas aí veio o Natlan e disse, então, tem bônus, né? Tem que jogar durante o patch, né? Aí eu, tem que jogar a história de Fontaine.
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
Where
we
did
must mind the
everyone
time,
go?
Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia!
Yeah.
Here you are! I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the opera house?
What?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Weird. Weird, 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 weird.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
Enter to attendance or with
I
her.
will have order.
Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh?
Not there.
Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right, but...
Typically, it would...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know,
She's having a nightmare.
are Master Callus's successor,
PTSD.
the head of the Spina di Rasula. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in...
wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right.
Correct.
And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable.
We are power.
We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked.
Inextricably.
So important, we couldn't possibly do without you.
Inextricably linked. Wow.
Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is...
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice.
What the fuck?
Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And
Nice.
that is how we will enforce justice.
Nice.
My head... it hurts.
She's processing that information very fast. I can see how they are playing with her mind
It
here.
hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now.
She's processing her
Everything
guilt.
that seemed odd from the very beginning.
Very fast too.
Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't—
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? Don't let them escape!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone.
Oh. That makes sense.
Saying? No more excuses.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
That's...
Ooh.
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
Do-do-do.
No, wait! Just a second!
PTSD, I tell you.
You're awake. Good.
Hey, yo.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins
No.
you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Dang.
Did you say oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those 2 oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
Probably are there.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so. Ah, ch4act4. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that ch4act4 would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though ch4act4 made him do that.
Mm-hmm.
He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then. So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
The swimmer. Why are we talking about Nubila being a swimmer?
Of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Yeah. Who would have thought? Love is destructive.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Let's get going then.
Watch out! Fire! Oh no! Another unstable path! Watch your step!
Brother. A mecânica de rotação muda bastante, né? Eu quero ver como é que vai ser.
Let the might be humble.
Nana Kunlala. Pode ser, talvez. Cada tribo tem uma reputação. Vixe, mãe. Vixe, mãe. Mas não é tão demorado igual as outras, né?
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The past year had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left
Paimon
these
see.
slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
Does that explain
People will
her?
all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
What if it's different? What if she got dissolved?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Huh.
The issue is the order of the third and fourth images, right?
If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
The second image is also concerning what sin are the people in the images confessing to.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
Farina
Seems
herself.
that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
It is very interesting.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Honestly, who created this doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as they are in the order that they put.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
See you tomorrow.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
Yeah.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as ever, so please don't think you're an imposition. All right, I'll be on my way then.
Navia nous voulait both aboard you and Paimon head to the Spina di Rosula base at Fleuve Cendre. Okay.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navia... Ooh, desserts! Nice! These are all Paimon's!
Bruh.
Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Oh, that voice.
Mona.
Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
Did the stars not tell you what we meet here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name.
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice-as-great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
Thrice as
I know, right? That's just how she is.
Thrice
She
as
used to
great.
call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
Triple appetite, Paimon.
Terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Did you come from Fontaine because of the prophecy,
That
Mona?
was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
Yeah.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Ultivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar. Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Mona.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best.
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh,
That's the spirit.
I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Do not.
Whoops, guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here
But
we
there
are with
she
the Spina guy
goes.
giving us suspicious looks. Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontanian friends will thank us someday. Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and...
Pack it up and get going. Back it up and get going. Palais Memoria.
You're here! Finally!
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean they're all...
Yes, they're all dead.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know.
Say it, Farina.
I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange
He is
that you should
cornering
also
her.
claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the unit,
Oh, she's
but
doing
you're
it again.
still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
She's
That's
doing
all
it
I have to
again.
say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
What a freaking idiot. She's running.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems to be deliberately hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She's definitely hiding something.
Though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various plans, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
Hello, beautiful.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
I think I know who to call.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh,
long-winded.
You might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something.
We gotta get the Farina.
As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
A series of traps for Farina.
How intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Bomb. Food is here. Oh my gosh. And it's good.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
Nice.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Yeah. This is a good plan.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
How are we gonna get her?
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings sure made me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings
Hungry.
would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Do you feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Something's wrong.
Did you just pour some tea?
No, I
Didn't
didn't.
notice you doing that at all. Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
The hell?
What a strange conclusion, but also such an interesting one. You two make such a fascinating combo, and yet even you feel confused. As such, I couldn't resist but come by for some tea and a chat.
Who the heck are you?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim. Precisely. Call me N, a mage who wanders the world. At least, that's how my friends have suggested that I introduce myself.
Will Fontaine prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
People call such things fate, and it is written in the stars. It cannot so easily be altered.
And there will no no exception.
So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone. What? I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming! Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona.
Fine, just fine.
Fine.
I agreed to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important.
Charlotte is so good.
How can people allow
Good
their lives
paparazzi.
to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Damn.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Perhaps it is.
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that
The end is near.
too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
Okay,
It was
bye.
worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did.
Yes.
I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
I guess so.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But also kind of sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots...
A few spots called food places. You mean, Paimon? Because if that's what it is...
Let's get out and find some...
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on? Let Paimon see!
Let Paimon see.
The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
Yeah,
seriously?
that seems like it, Paimon.
Fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
This time.
We're here! Paimon's hungry.
Empty? No, never mind.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
Hasn't sold out for today.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great!
You can't let anyone get ahead of
One
us.
slice of cake, please.
Uh-oh.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy.
Ah!
Honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No.
Huh?
But still, even if there'd be no more food tomorrow,
Honey.
it wouldn't keep me dropping some today.
Honey.
いかがですか？ピピピ
That's a lot of different things at the same time. I'm confused.
__ has rated with 12 viewers.
Hello, hello, Faye. Hello, Mama. Hello, Bangu. Hello, never be a loser. Tony.
Slow. It's a slow process.
Hi, guys. Hello. Uwu. Hello, I'm Mapwe. I'm Honey's husband. But I'm also an apple. Just an apple.
Oh, hi.
You probably know me. If you don't, now you do. Yeah. Oh, today's a special day. Kind of. Today is a day that I complete like a year of streaming.
Hi, honey. I love you.
Hi, I love you, honey. So, like, yeah, if you want to follow me, that's really nice. If you don't, that's also fine. What am I saying? Today it's 1 year since I've been streaming like non-stop. And my husband who have this, yeah, she has my soul. Because of a few trickeries that I did, I kind of had to give her my soul or die. I mean, she said they would be divorced, but that means I die, so I can't have, you know, that happen. Follow or, oh my gosh. You know what? This reminds me of what she sent to Alex. You have to go, okay, I understand. Or what? Let me show you what happens. Basically, it has to do with this thing that you sent to Alex. She sent to Alex because Alex was being special, you know?
I identify as a threat. My pronouns are try me.
Okay, that's it. Her pronouns are try me. So yeah, hi. And then it's been a year, but it's also like kind of 4 years since I got the affiliate, even though I haven't not streamed all the 4 years. Probably stream more like a year plus some months. Yeah. And I'm doing Genshin, but I also did Osu. I love Osu. I love fish. If you want to give something to me, give fish. If you don't, if you want to scare me away, you give me metal or pickles. I can't stand those. Yeah. Yeah. And then I'm playing Genshin. I could do like Elden Ring. Probably Elden Ring Saturday. Oh. Tomorrow probably Zelda. Oh. What? Anyway. And if you I don't know, I don't have a list, okay? But I could talk like a baby. Or I can talk like Kazuha. And be your worst nightmare. What this man? I mean, I'm not an apple for just a random reason, okay? I'm the prime apple. Anyway. So basically, what we're doing in Genshin is a bit before what you were seeing Honey do if you don't play Genshin. And you don't know, now you know. This is a bit before that. This is the Fontaine story. We're kind of planning to trap the Archon, or the fake Archon, or whatever she is, called Farina. Because even though I know, and I've been told that the Archon is Nuvilet, I still don't quite understand the story, so please don't try to explain it to me at this very moment, because we're almost figuring it out here. And yes, I've seen the part where they say, where he explains that he's a dragon, and then part of his power is what made an Archon. So now I understand what the Archons are, officially. So technically she should be the Archon, but kind of isn't, but kind of is, but kind of isn't. We don't know yet what's going on with her. So yeah.
No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people
And now they're
call
talking about eating cake for no reason, because they like cake.
Huh. Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go?
No! Wow. So if you didn't catch on, or if you don't remember this, those two, the Traveler and Paimon, went here to grab the limited edition 16 slices cake, and there were 3 slices left. And then this guy, this little thingy here, came here to buy a cake, and they were like fine with it because they only got 1 cake. But now they want the other 2 slices, and now they're not gonna be left with any slices.
These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of
Oh, never
expression you're making
mind.
is what
I was judging
humans
him too
call
early.
being sad.
Humans call being sad.
Oh,
Humans call it depression. I don't know what that is.
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
Humans.
She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can
Easily.
only get their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Bye. That's a nice accent, okay? I find it interesting.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
Yum. I can't eat cake right now. I just had dinner while streaming.
It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice.
Oh yeah, I've been playing this since February, by the way. But the reason why I'm only doing the story now is because I was doing like story, so one side story, leeway story, and then I did all the map. I followed honey maps plus interactive map to do all the map and everything that I could. Puzzles and everything, Chasm, Dragon Spine, blah blah blah, Inazuma. I went to Sumeru, I did the story of Sumeru. And when I was starting to do the map, Natlan said, well, you see, you have to complete the patch, the story within the patch, otherwise you don't get the primos. And then I was like, sad, I can't do the way that I was doing stuff. Because I would lose the primos, or I would skip the story and not understand references if they did. So yeah, that's why I'm doing the story. So I can be on the same page. And also because it helps level faster than it does by doing just maps, you know?
We're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Have a chat. What? Where? Where? Oh, complete other quests to... No, never mind. What is this? What is being... What is blocking it? Steambird's interview. Occupied by quest. What? Oh, it's the city reputation quest. I didn't actually do it. Bruh. Yes, truly. Because I'm not doing reputation yet. I'm still leveling up Sumeru. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, nice. They give us more stuff to build that we're not gonna use. How adorable. What is this? Wind power, wind generator, wind device, developers, lifting force for the wind glider. I see. Well, that's a weird device. And what is this? Fly trap developed by senior research. How to improve the development research the requirement the device will start working and lure crystal flies inside. Oh. But yeah. What I need is actually this compass, but yeah, that'll take a while. That'll take a while to do. Okay, we can do the quest. Interview with the Charlotte.
It isn't the traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you? You've got some nerve!
You got some nerve.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though.
Yeah, no.
Though I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
More food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
You're not with ulterior motives?
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist.
She actually signed up Mona for that. Happy Hat Day. Happy Hat Day. Boo, I hope you're having a good one. Thank you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Been a bit. It's been a bit, friend. How you doing? It's nice to see you again.
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Lily.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't.
What?
That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
She's a paparazzi. Paparazzi. You guys remember paparazzis? When they used to use flashes.
If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Do they still do that nowadays? Do they need to use flashes nowadays?
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and...
Damn, chill.
Much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end.
Dang.
So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours.
Yes.
I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy.
Do what you enjoy.
Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless.
That's all you're thinking about. Think about your life. Oh my god.
And then do you know what I'd do?
You need to survive.
I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job. And I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind.
Olá, meu gente.
I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
Olá, meu gente. Parabéns pelo primeiro ano. Que Deus abençoe sempre a tua vida. E a tua também.
But anyway, that's my answer.
Thank
and on
you.
that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her.
She has quite this strong character.
See, shall we?
I want to be more like her, I guess. Ambitious and strong to keep going. Despite all the bad problems.
Can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
I still don't know why we're doing this, but
Paimon's been thinking.
like, why are we just going around and asking people?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do? We've always been moving to the next destination.
What would you do? Eat all the ice cream? Eat some pizza? Eat all the fish?
With us always being on the road and whatnot.
Get all the tuna?
You mean still traveling?
Yes, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon as well. I mean, wait, that's all we can do. We never know. We never know when we're gonna be walking down the road and then suddenly a car hits us or a truck or whatever, and you're like, you can think, oh, but I did look. And then you did, but you didn't really see because your mind is elsewhere, because you're thinking about problems and stuff, or thinking about something else, and then boom, you die. You don't know. You don't know. We don't know anything. So it's best to just not focus about it, I guess. I was trying to find out why I thought I was hearing an apway while I was down eating. I mean, that's why. Hello, hello. Let me give you your thingy. Let me give penguin. Oh. Well, that's relatable. That is very relatable. I did the same thing. Get oofed. Also, he has.
I have darkness. I summoned the
He has
warden.
darkness.
No, you didn't. That is the first trigger. You have 3 chances to summon
You should make this an alert.
set it off 3 times to summon it.
But you just make it the I have.
Twice.
You just make it I have. Because it'll scare people out of nowhere. I swear to God. Toasty. How you doing, Toasty? Toasty, Toasty. Why is it the only one? Da-da. What is this?
I don't know how fucking copyrighted this music's gonna be.
You might need to make the clips
It's not like it's getting any revenue from this
featured.
anymore, fuck.
Maybe that's why. If it's not featured, it might not be playing. Battlefront 1 mod? Oh. Make both my children famous. Penguin and Cheese Bro? Cheese Bro? A Cheese Bro stream? What? I'm going to have a wild mom up here. What? No, not that. What? Because Cheese Bro was my latest follower for that clip. Oh, yeah, true, true. I remember. The name is there.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Yeah.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still
Mold
here.
and salty.
Wonderful.
How to describe a room that you don't like? It's moldy and salty. No, but yeah, if you go to your clips, there is a little button that says to feature it. I think if you feature the clips, they might play, because I know there's an option there for that. That says if you don't have them featured, they wouldn't play.
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before.
Monsieur Nervillet. I don't know why they say Nervillet. Nervillet.
Not at
Blue
all.
cheese,
I'm
cottage
well aware that you're
cheese,
friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a
mozzarella
message from him.
cheese.
Yes, inside
It's
the
not
opera
playing your
house.
feature clips?
The Maréchaussée Phantom has
It's
declared the incident
weird.
a small-scale riot.
That's weird. Thank goodness that the singing one and the moi clips haven't shown yet. How they will.
A riot?
Oh, they will. Doesn't mine show? Doesn't my singing clip show? And it's even... I realized that because of using a virtual thingy, like, it had delay for people hearing, so it sounded like I didn't know how to time my singing to the music. It was kind of embarrassing.
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the opera house.
I've seen a singing mama clip.
Intermission, some other audience members
I mean, we can always pull it up.
Loudly
Not like I didn't do it before.
doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in.
We can always pull it up.
Grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet.
The
for
shout out
pressure
for
they've been under due to
Hanako
the
was you singing? Yeah. See? It plays. But I unfortunately cannot fix the audio for that. You're not that mean. Oh.
I agree. People will naturally rely
Honey
on
would
gods,
disagree.
as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are
I'm just
also the
saying.
first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and
I
that
can be
further
very
argument was
mean.
pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry.
Maulani gets Maulani. Is it Maulani or Maulani? I never know.
The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full
Because the other one is
maintaining order and did not
Malvika.
catch where Lady
So is it
Farina had
Maulan?
gone. Only when things had
It should be
stabilized did we realize
actually
that she
her
had
name
gone
should be
missing.
Muavika. Her name should be Muavika.
So
The Archon.
you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her. We
Mualani?
don't have any
So
leads
she's
yet.
Mualani. No. It should be Maulani and Muavika.
That said,
I'm just
I
saying.
don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her? Good.
I am scared though that unfortunately I might not be able to get a Malvika unless I skip the Archons, which could be a very stupid idea. Like I can get a Shogun or one or like another one of the Archons that are rerunning, but then because that still would be very risky to try. I got lucky before where I got Kazuha and Nuvulet with 20 wishes each. But I don't think that's gonna happen again. I don't think it's gonna happen again.
Well, all right then. In that
That was
case,
the most
you
luck
two
I
take
had.
care. I'll be heading back to the palais now.
And it was in the same, like, patch I think they ran earlier in the year.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Poisson.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat.
Okay. Get her while she's not paying attention, guys. Hold on. Shh. If you guys don't know the clip, I'm gonna show you the clip, okay? Don't tell anyone. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Fudge. Why is it in the wrong order? Why is the order wrong? What the fudge? Let me go here. It is easier. I can go here. What? What? Guys? What? I'm not doing anything. Why is it the wrong thing? What the heck? Oh, this. What? Let me see. No. I just need to check something because I think I saw something wrong here. And then like I want to make sure that it's, you know, correct and it's not gonna be a problem. See, there was something wrong with it. Look. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? Look at that. Look at that note. That is actually perfect. Perfectly tuned. No, but yeah, there was actually something wrong there. That's why I had to fix something there.
When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse.
Poisson?
It would be hard for her
Not
to ignore being
me.
accused by the public today.
I am an apple. My job is to spread the truth.
Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity.
And the truth is that you're a mega cutie. That's it. Santa Paciência pushes it. Well.
Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
Cool, huh? How do you do that?
Not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come.
Here we come to Poisson. At least I'm getting more in books to level characters. Da-da-da-da. Hanako is going to be a widow. What? Oh my.
All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here?
Oh, there she is.
Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
As soon as possible. There you are, Miss Farina.
That's Farina, right over there.
Should I just give up?
True rude.
This is all
Not.
meaningless.
Just give up. Just give up.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
Yep, that's me right now. What was it that I said earlier about Farina? I think the NPC was like, what do you think about Miss Farina? And then I was like, I don't remember what I said, but I did say really well. That I like her. What was it? That I like her, but I don't? She's kind of cute, but also obnoxious. Something like that. She's kind of cute, but also obnoxious.
I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
And now she's getting got.
Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Sorry, I'm sorry. They're gonna talk instead of listen.
Who's that?
They got her in the weak spot.
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
Yeah.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I
Oh, she's
always
trying
thought
again.
you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving.
She's such a
I'm still
gaslighter.
trying to process it.
That's what I mean when she says she's kind of cute but obnoxious.
Civilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Stop trying to act tough, Farina. You're actually beyond Devastator now, aren't you? Ooh, they hit him with her. They hit her with the truck. Train wrecked.
Of course not.
There she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Hey.
Quick, after her!
Oh, damn.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Where is she going? Brother, stop. Where are you trying to go?
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
I suppose haste is warranted. So eloquent. So strange that they didn't put any music behind this though. It's just noise. ASMR metal noises.
Paimon's exhausted.
From flying. Exhausted from flying.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
This place is not what I'd call soundproof. You might want to lower your voice to stay hidden.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Hey, yo.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster struck, I suppose.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
They're torturing her.
There's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Reina reached her limit now? She's talking about her actual feelings. She's starting to look a little less stiff. Break up?
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
Damn.
Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Reina, you might not have a shoulder. You might not have to burden this alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing. Your people are more than willing to share a burden with you.
Share my burden.
Yes. You can ask for people for help. Yes, silly.
Right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. Well, now she has to confess. She has no choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
I am so confused.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes.
So, I'm so confused because they were sleeping and then they were just going outside. and having cake and talking to journalists and then blah blah blah, and then they go to Poisson, and then suddenly they're here. How did they get here so fast? I have no clue. But hey.
Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself.
Magic it is.
Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Oh my god, they got her.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Yabai, 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 yabai.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I too am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve.
Alright.
Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo!
Alright. She knows how to put up a show, that's for sure. She should call
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. For some reason the name just skipped my head.
Is that
But the Chunibyo, she should call the archer girl, who is just as crazy as her.
My accuser and fated opponent.
Oz, reveal thyself, you know? I don't know why I forgot her name even though I spoke about her so many times. Alrighty.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the opera house as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
Just perfect
So,
plan.
you mean
Hello,
the ones who
Walla.
scoured the settlement for me were also from the
Fischl.
And their goal was to force you to
Yeah, I don't know why it
step
took me a
into the
bit
giant magic
to remember
box,
Fischl.
so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian
Thank you,
history.
thank you. Thank you for remembering. It's Fischl. Yes, she should be a duo with Fischl. Farina and Fischl. And they would just be talking like this all day. Thank you, Olive. And let me do the Olive. Olive. Ah.
We're going to go meet realists. Like, get rid of the viruses. Hello. Wait, what the? This lag, I swear, it's gonna like drive me insane.
Yo, that's me.
With this stupid ass lag. It doesn't stop.
That was me? You killed me in there? Wow. Wow, Olive.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
He didn't even flinch.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Hey?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
Jeez,
it was a
man.
lot of work for all of us.
And they did all that in 2 days?
In other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that. We deceived you back there.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you,
He's like, thank you.
Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Wrong.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived into the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
She's doing the thing again. What for an invitation before
So,
we're right here?
prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along.
What is this?
This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Okay.
Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see.
Let Paimon see. Let Paimon see. That's all she said. Let Paimon see.
Interview that she did with us before?
Let Paimon
So
see.
she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
Dang.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it.
Good journalist right there.
As a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
Truth behind the serial disappearances. Yes, we got this guy.
This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Yeah. He's guilty for some reason.
A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
Cappuccino.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
The whale in the dream.
Nervillette.
Why did they say it so weird?
At that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Shiver me
The
timbers.
words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Okay, I don't know what we're gonna do with these random info, but okay.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to
He's
your conduct
speaking.
as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was
Ooh,
that?
that.
Marina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
She wasn't expecting that.
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric,
Rather
isn't it going too far to
eccentric.
doubt her very identity?
No, it's
I've
not.
never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Nope.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as the Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
What do we know to be special about Rin exactly? Okay. Child's conviction? The knave? She was the prophecy of a certain and believes it is possible that it is not only Furina that is not the Archon, but that she is actually afflicted with some sort of curse.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It doesn't matter who gave us the information, what matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
So Furina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Furina actually has no control of the Oratrice at all. It's true.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide
of course.
Explanation.
That is so easy to do that.
Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
Ooh.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like
Sure, we can't put the Oratrice aside for now.
produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
We can't put the Oratrice aside for now, but then, Miss Farina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your powers as an Archon?
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
Fake.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power of a Hydra should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives.
Bruh.
Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Of course not, that is a bad excuse. Holy crap.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
Oh. You can try to prove that she's just a human if she's only a human. I'm thinking of the Hydro thingy. Give me a moment, my mama is here.
Antes não aparecia. Ah, tá. Eu que botei esse troço aí. Tira isso aí. Foi sem querer. Desativar. Acho que demora. Foi sem querer isso aí que eu entrei. O que aconteceu aqui nas tuas mãos, meu filho?
Ok.
Acho que agora deu. Aonde? Lá no canil?
Não, passando no canto. Sorry. Okay. My mama's phone was being weird. My gosh, the vision. I was thinking that if she doesn't have a vision, so she can't use power. If she has a vision, she can use power. Do Archons need to have a vision at all? You know what I mean? Wouldn't the vision have been stolen from her? Or is Child an actual... Because I remember Child using 2 different powers. I forgot what was the reason, because that's been a while.
Foi de mãe, né?
Hold on, she's back. Que bosta isso.
Pois é.
Como é que as pessoas usam isso aqui?
Não sei. E agora? O que é isso aí? Que programa é esse?
Para de falar.
Hã?
Para de falar, senão ele não... Ele ficou escutando.
Ah, tá.
Configurações?
Eu acho que sim. Ele trava, né?
Não, é por causa desse negócio.
Uhum.
Que merda. Tá desligando o negócio. Iniciar e ver na internet, porque eu não tô sabendo mexer nisso aí. Vê se o Dani bota no YouTube. I don't know what happens. She accidentally turned on the accessibility thing on the phone. And now you can't even move with the buttons. I don't know. I never used it before. I don't know how it works. Kind of hard to figure out right now. So I told her to check on YouTube because I'm trying to go to the settings. I click go settings, and it doesn't enter. It just keeps being like what the fuck? It's a Motorola. You know the accessibility thing where it reads what is selected? So you probably have to communicate with the phone or something like that. A tank? Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I was trying to move with my finger, but it doesn't let you do anything if you have that on. It's sad, so bad. So we were trying to figure out about the human thing, right? And then I said about the vision, and then you said it was the fusion. Right, so it was diffusion, it was a different thing. So how do you prove that she was a human? With this? No. For the temporary reason, the primary sea has been broken now. The only temporary push them. This could it be just making her feel sorry? Just making her cry?
That doesn't sound right.
No. Oh, this. Actually, no. Shit. I thought it was this because she basically did nothing, and then he was the one pushing it back, proving that he has the power and she's useless, kind of idea. I don't know. Did the first case already reveal that? I really don't see why this would be, but okay, sure.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve
Oh, of course, bro. How could I forget this?
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that
This actually
you
makes
can use
sense.
right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court.
She's always doing
In
this.
partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really
Honey.
will be the last time that
Hello?
I'll speak out of turn.
What happened?
I
Hello?
brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago,
Honey?
taking many lives.
You okay? Honey? I know you sent something, but I can't hear it. Unless I muted. Okay. I'm almost done, I think, with this. I think this is the last chapter for Fontaine, and then I'll stop for today because I have to do other things. Both in Genshin and not. So.
Including those of some of my
So if it's
closest
not an
friends.
emergency,
So,
I wanna
Mr.
go into
Reina,
Bebe mode.
would you dare to touch
No.
some of the seawater?
In box? No, I can put you in the box. You wanna go in the bus? There's a box. The one box that is down here. The one box that is like under my desk. I can put you here for a bit. The Evo Nero is there. And then you can hold it and I'll check up on you in a bit. Once you calm down a little. Take her out? Okay, but don't you want to be in there with her? Just me? Okay. I took her out. Okay, she's here. Touch it, Farina.
If we are to believe
Pat,
that
pat,
you are
pat,
indeed
pat,
the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect
It's okay.
on you. All it should do is strengthen
It's
your
okay.
case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse.
It is okay.
And I must
Promise.
remind you
Pinky
that
promise.
after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more
Pinky
people
promise.
dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rosula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her
Loop.
suggestion is valid.
Loop.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Oh my goodness. That is quite a risk.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
True.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
I really am your Archon.
Oh, she's using it like rah.
Human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water. Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
She dummy.
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life,
They just made a
we
drink.
secured a low concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You... Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Well then, it's over.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway her. She's just too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty.
Ooh.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Yeah, that doesn't look good. Doesn't look good for her.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
What?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
What the fudge? That is...
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is instead of Furina, the Oratrice rendered to the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Me.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Okay.
Traveler,
Let's see
I
it.
believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
The previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings.
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Oh my.
Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Okay.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Using the water?
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing?
Probably.
The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
It seems to show the former Hydra is divided by the verified truth. They can be dissolved.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Let me do something real quick.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Okay. Staring into the soul. Oh yeah, because I had to check something on the phone real quick. Ow. And then the capture thing froze, so that's why. Staring into the soul. So was signed into death kindness. Right. Wait, what is this? The stones is showing that this shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea, surrounded by many people.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
The stone says the future. This is the fourth light. It shows the scene that is basically identical to that described in the prophecy relating to Fontaine. Fontaines will eventually be dissolved into the sea, and the Hydro Archon will sit alone with them in the throne and weep. Hmm?
That doesn't sound quite right.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Here we go.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid.
Oh.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
That doesn't make sense though. That means everyone would be condemned to die? Like every Fontainian would be condemned?
Fell into the water
Question mark?
inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness.
Oh, never mind. Well,
and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay.
maybe I'm being kind of stupid because, okay, what I understand by original sin is it's the same as Adam and Eve where they got the knowledge. And then every human after them were born from the original sin. So every single one of the people after the original sin is technically condemned to die. Right? Or am I getting something wrong here?
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light. to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
The first slate revealed that Fontainians are not humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia,
They were back to their original form.
about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontainians from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
The third slate was still convinced that it should come after the first.
Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process.
Oh, that's the problem.
If ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
Damn.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
They're trying. So what is the third one supposed to represent
The
then?
key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Dang.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
It feels like there's no way out of this, you know?
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Could it be poke? I give you ice cream. Do you want ice cream? Do you want ice
This
cream?
eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the
Yes.
disaster.
I'll open the box and give you. So what is happening? Just what is the true source of the catastrophe? The whale?
It was both dream and reality.
Hug. Yes. Hug tight. Hug very, 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 very tight.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be
You might be find hard to breathe though.
primordial sea, right?
You might find hard to breathe though.
The truth,
Sad honey
the
hours.
original sin,
Aw.
the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Speaking of which, people are fugly, yeah. Well, I'm right here. And ain't nobody hurting you. Look at Nuvila being the boss again. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. It does have a good team. Oh no. Child has been hard at work.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
That's right.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe.
Yeah.
That's not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Let's destroy the prophecy, remember? We were told we can change
The
destiny.
prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately,
Fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
What does she wanted to meet? What is her real secret? True, what is the real secret of Farina that is not being seen?
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
Anime jump. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ah. Now that changes things a bit. And why did alcohol not play? What? Do you still have the green apples? Feet. You should get one of those.
You.
What? That just sounds so different. What is this?
That shocked expression on your
Stop.
face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
Stop. Is this the same VA? If it is, holy crap. That is impressive. If it's not, still impressive because they do sound similar, but damn.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
The sweet
It
sound
is.
of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Like, it does sound like the same person. But I've been wrong before. It's hard for me to get wrong with voices, but I've been wrong with the girl in the event because I thought he was the same VA as the fugly. And it wasn't, but this one sounds... Shogun has 3 voices done by the same VA. Dang. That's crazy. I mean, this one kind of has 3, but not exactly. Because she has the do-do-do-do-do-do, and then she has the normal voice, and then she has this now? What?
Focalor, why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand
She does have the
any
same
chance
speech
of
pattern.
deceiving
That's
the
crazy.
heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the 7, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it
It's
was
same
a
VA.
rather
Wow.
impossible
That is really cool.
situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum.
I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be.
Dang.
Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
Yes, more ice queen.
Indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most
More ice
definitely owe her an
queen.
apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely,
Ooh.
and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Dang. Poor Farina. Hey, yo.
permitted you to come onto this stage. Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
Do not look at me. Do not look at me.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Just getting... There's no getting through. What? Impenetrable defense. A great actress. I mean, she acted for 500 years. That should be pretty hard to break through her.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
She herself will help in that, I guess.
Delicate as silk. Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
There's no guards for you.
Watch out!
No more performance. It's over. E? Before a mirror.
Farina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid.
This
I am before you.
girl is insane.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Now she's doing this sweet voice.
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontanian just like
And
them.
Lob.
Will I
Lob.
dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but
What too for good measure?
somewhat.
Hey yo, many pets.
Oh, so there's still hope after
Many pets.
Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke
You should be
so
doing getting
much
pets
and
though.
with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role, that of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But
I've been messaging
should your
soon.
identity be revealed, then all hope
Loop.
will be lost.
Loop, 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 loop.
How will I do this?
Mwah.
A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be.
Oh
Being a
my.
human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Damn. This is just messed up. Because she was not said when. She was just a scared human being. She pretty much got used.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it.
It was not as
I thought I
confident.
might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Yep, assertiveness.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? This is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak
That's how she got the character.
Well,
I skipped by accident.
seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Summon courage, resolutely, with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Up your earners, turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
Close politely and end speech
No
empathetically.
trouble in this world that justice cannot solve.
What?
All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
God damn. An actor, after all.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so
Everything to her is like she's
kind of trial are you
acting.
truly looking
I love that they did this in a theater. It just makes it perfect.
Magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things.
Because in her head, that's all she's seeing. She's seeing a theater and people judging her acting.
That's true.
Doing that for 500 years. Imagine the weight on your shoulders.
No need for fright. And do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now. Do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Pretty much a narcissistic view of things, but she has to do it.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Hmm. $182,375.
It's like a dream being able to speak with you.
Every time for her is a scene in her head.
I've heard that the first member
Imagine
of our
how
family who
tired.
was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina.
She's crying.
Lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears.
Damn.
I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far?
It would. It did.
I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone.
Oh, just the day before is when she was crying like that.
Your burden with you.
share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Teyvat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Teyvat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Dang.
He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
Dang.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
What?
Beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
That's spicy.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
Damn.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the
This
process
story
of
is just
pursuing human
so
existence itself.
sad.
So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last.
Damn.
I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human
Babyface.
existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Oh my god. Ew, man. Damn.
I, Iudex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
God damn.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
Yeah.
But since we're all still alive
This is
and haven't
crazy,
been resolved,
man.
I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
Now it
I
can.
have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained power just now. Yep, he became a full freaking dragon. Oh my god.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Like, this dude was already cool before, and now he's like, he has the power of two. Like, imagine this, okay? He had the power of a dragon, and then half his power became an Archon. So he has literally the power of two Archons, but he's just one dude. Ain't nobody messing with this dude. And it probably multiplies whenever it's complete because he can do everything.
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine.
He's not the Archon, he's not the dragon, he's the element itself.
Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler.
It's like,
The hour of
you ain't beating that.
has come.
And then this whole story, oh my god. Man. This is crazy.
But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power.
Meh.
Away. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power. We shall look for an opening together. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility. Silence!
You picked the wrong fight. Scrubs of color. Scatter!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and chance will present itself.
Hey Warren, hello. Thank you for the good wishes. Ow. Holy, just as we enter this.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within. Settle down.
Oh, they cut the song whereas it was going like do 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 do. It's okay, we can still fight it because I have to do the weekly anyway. I don't remember if I still need it, but oh, look who it is.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Your master's pet?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
Wait a minute. This person is weird. He's intimidated by her. This is. Let me process this. He is a full-fledged elemental. And he's scared of her. Because she's using power from outside this world, quote unquote, which is fake, but also true. Who the fuck are you, bro? What sort of person would take the narwhal as a pet, bro?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pets.
I know.
The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master.
Like I'm so like this is breaking our brains a bit. They're giving, so they understood that they were in Fontaine and they were like, oh guys, the lore is ending, we need to add more to this. And then they just added this thing, and then she has a master too. What? This is what the fuck, man.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
The who now? So they have Skirk, Sutalogi. If I remember correctly, they also mentioned, Arlecchino mentioned a different person too, that we didn't meet yet, and I think that's the person from Snezhnaya, right? That would be the Archon from Snezhnaya. So that's more people that we don't know still. I was paying attention when Arlecchino showed up. And she said that her master was, I forgot her name, was something, but it was not Skirk nor Sutalogi, it was something else. So I assume it was the Archon from Snezhnaya because she was talking as, oh, like they were talking, like she was saying how she works for an Archon, she sees an Archon really works. So I believe that that would be the case. I don't know yet. Nobody knows, to be honest, but still. Sutalogi. Remember that name, by the way? I'll do my best.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
And then we have all the people that we were introduced during the event as well. That they were just A, B. There's this N person as well that is the Master of Mona that we don't even know.
Huh. So masters and
So they have quite a lot to work on.
How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl? No.
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfilnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Huh?
Ooh, that one we've heard.
Rhindaughter?
Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's
Right. That was a long ago. When they said Rhydnid, I wouldn't be able to even read this. Rhydnid daughter. I heard it. I think. Heard it. I didn't do Albedo's quest, so I'm not sure. But I did hear this name before.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either.
So her master is Albedo's mom.
But I suppose you understand now, yes?
And she's in the
My master is
Hexabrello.
likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Oh, no, 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 never mind. It's not. She just said it's not. They're both pursuing some sort of perfection. Yeah, they're in the Hexen, whatever. That's where Mona's master is part of too. And I believe those people in the event were also part of it too. The ones that didn't reveal their names, because I noticed the pattern. Okay? That they call themselves A and something else. It was not B, it was something else. Or A or M, and then now there's N, and then they're all hiding their names. And they all know about some sort of power from the other world or outside of this world. Never mind, no pipe, you live? What? You live? What? Wow. See, I'm paying attention to these events. They are giving us things. Snezhnaya will not be the end by far at this rate. Metal pipe on cooldown. Oh, yeah. I live.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Hyman didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you. That the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
The prophecy will surely come. We knew this and accepted it. However,
not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Dang.
Only then
Also notice Kirk has a similar scarf.
Fontaine be washed away.
Right.
Help! Over here!
Damn, it's all in the water. But they didn't die now.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue.
That is really cool.
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand. Look, the water's receding.
Just find the big cork to unplug. Pretty much. He unplugged.
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
She won? Dude, I'm about to cut onions again.
The prophecy
Oh.
was wrong.
Okay.
The soil renewed. The Streaminnnn attacks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson
Dude.
with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Streaminnnn, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem.
Dude, I know. It's probably late there or something. So have a good sleep. Enjoy your night. This was, dude, I'm gonna be thinking about this thing all night. This story quest, this Archon quest was by far the best. Like, not even close. Not even close. The amount of stuff they dropped, the amount of lore. Like, of course, they had to do lore throughout the other Archons too, but like, this just mingled stuff in a way and didn't actually solve much, but at the same time, it gave you so much more room. It's like, what the fuck? And then all the emotions. Ugh. Jeez, man.
People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
Yeah, no, like the first one, even though it had a lot of details, it was kind of rushed. Liyue was okay, but it was not enough for me. Inazuma was better, but they could have explored the map more. Like, they didn't explore the map enough to me in Inazuma. Whenever I looked at the map and what I had to explore after finishing the quest, it was like pretty much everything was not explored. And then Sumeru was the same thing, but Sumeru had more lore and more cutscenes and more stuff, so it was a bit better. But then this, even though this one we pretty much only explored like 3 places the entire time, 4 places, like the prison, the opera house, the epic class, not the opera house, the office, and then Poisson. Like this, the only places we really explore. Even though it's only that, it's like the amount of stuff they put in. Oh my god. Like, to even explain this entire mess that they made and explained in a way that it's still a mess, but it's understandable. that is commendable.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having
Lantern,
passed,
right? Yes.
we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Hyman's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then...
Oh my god. Tears of the Star. Tears among the stars. Take care, man. Take care. I'll pass the message along. Damn, that was crazy.
Navia! Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
Friendly neighbors.
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorand?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Clorand, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
Smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections.
Yeah.
Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarand. Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
You already knew she was going.
You're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sigewinne, who told Monsieur Neuvillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first. Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and
Aw.
our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Damn. The couple.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
Oh my gosh. She really does know how to squeeze opportunities.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Sigewinne.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse?
Yeah.
Sure.
Come on, Miss Sijuane, over this way. Let's find a brighter spot. Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right?
You're too kind, sir.
You're too kind,
You
sir.
should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right, last stop, the docks.
The docks. Where we met the Furina. Do 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 do.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after—
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Don't look at us.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift?
What the fuck is a diplomatic gift of noses, bro? These people are... I don't know what's wrong with these Archons. Why do they keep giving noses away? Like, the fuck?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Well, I guess I know how to call him one of my war buddies. Hey, go war buddy.
Loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Hey, who?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Just remember something. Please help us deliver this.
All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Damn. The aura.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not...
I'm just yapping. Yap, 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 yap. Wait a minute, how do I get back there, bruh? Oh.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! So, you really are here, Neverlette! Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
You could say that it was at that moment that the Fontanians were finally truly born.
And in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Yeah, but at the cost of freaking Furina being traumatized.
I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Fontaine's future.
About that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow.
Hmm.
This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right!
If Fontaine knows this, what did you do with it?
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war, War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer.
Hmm.
Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
Yeah.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
Okay, give us.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Skirk.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
That is quite the interesting things.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
I am the fourth descender. For me, this information means two things. One, that the gnosis are related to descenders, and two, that the one who came before me has already
I
died.
guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy, comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Don't worry, I won't die so easily.
But this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the
I
gods?
suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Dang. What are we looking at? Chapter 4, Act 6. Well, we're not doing that. We're leaving it as it is right here. We still have to unlock all of these things and stuff like that. But yeah, I think I'll end it here because it's already almost 8 hours of streaming. That was quite a lot of story. There's one more chapter before Natlan, but it's fine. Let's just probably just end because I don't have the energy to raid and I have to really run to the bathroom. GC. It always opens in this video. I don't know why. Anyway, thank you for watching, staying, and celebrating all the wishes. We might be back tomorrow, perhaps. Oh, it's them Zelda. I don't know because I do have stuff to do. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Thank you so much. And peace.